is apparently this picks up conversations to the back of the room. Yeah, you need to be conscious of that, yeah, because it'll be recorded. So just be conscious of that. Now, welcome everybody to the hearing of the application by Woolworths Limited for the supermarket at 4 and associated retail 476 to 494 Madras Street. Now, my name's David Caldwell. I'm the chair of this panel. Just a very brief introduction for those that don't know me. I'm a barrister practising out of Chambers in Christchurch. A large part of my practice at the moment is commissioner work for various councils throughout the South Island mainly, and so I'm familiar with the processes. My practice with hearings is to keep them on a reasonably informal basis, as informal as can be. And if there are people at the back that can't hear, you can put up your hand or move forward too, because the acoustics aren't necessarily that good in this room. So if you're having any problems, just put your hand up and let me know, because it is a public hearing, so it's good to be able to actually hear it and participate. Right, so as I say, we'll keep the hearing on a reasonably informal basis, but there are some basic ground rules, obviously, with all of these hearings. I use as a rule of thumb, my rules are based on common courtesy, and I don't anticipate that will be an issue here, but when people are speaking, they are to be left to speak uninterrupted, and if there's no cross-examination, obviously, in this process. If there are questions of clarification, they can be put to me, and then I can decide whether or not they should be asked, and I'll either ask them or get the question repeated. But important that there's no cross-examination or interruptions. We've read through the evidence and the submissions, and there's a considerable amount to get through. We will obviously have questions for most of those appearing. And as you'll know, the hearing is streamed and recorded. So if, again, being conscious of that and being conscious of the fact that microphone unit is pretty sensitive. We'll take the breaks in the usual manner in accordance with the schedule, and there may be some minor changes to the schedule as we go on. In terms of site visit, we can indicate that we've had yesterday we had a quick a site visit of the site itself, wandered around the site and wandered around the block right down to the full block, right down to Edgware Road. So we've got an idea of the immediate environment anyway, and that's been helpful. And we were able to observe the roads, roading, and the state of the site at present, etc. During that site visit. Now, just in terms of, I'll just ask the other commissioners to introduce themselves.
Yeah. Hi everyone. My name's Nathan O'Connell. I'm an independent commissioner and planner. I work for myself, so I'm a sole trader. I haven't got a company or anything. My main focus of my business is commissioner work for various councils in Canterbury. I also do work for processing consent work for Queenstown Lakes District Council. Prior to being independent, I was with the Christchurch City Council for about 15 years as a team leader in the resource consent unit. But yeah, I left the council about over 6 years ago now. So yeah, that's what I.
Good morning, I'm Harriet Fraser. I'm a sole practitioner, traffic engineer, transport planner based in Upper Hutt, and I've worked on a couple of hearings so far as providing transport expertise. My main work is mainly for Palmerston North City Council, reviewing applications and helping them with district plan matters, but also work for applicants and so quite a full range of traffic advice. I am new to Christchurch, so in terms of certainly for work, and so the site visit yesterday was very beneficial, but I will be taking advantage of having a look at the, especially the traffic at Roding. Hopefully, if we finish early on one of the evenings, I'd be particularly keen to see the traffic conditions in the evening, seeing as they seem to be quite key. So yes, I will, and as matters come up, I'll be keen to keep an eye on those. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Did you want to introduce yourself and your role?
Briefly, I'm Scott Blair, Senior Planner. I'm the author of the Section 42A report for the Council. Now, later in the week, you'll be hearing from Jeremy Head, he's our Landscape Advisor, David McGonigal, our Transport Advisor, Tim Heath, our Consultant Economist, and David Hatton, our Urban Designer.
Thank you. Ms. Perfect, you're here for submitter?
I'm representing two of the submitters, Juanito O'Connell and David Stedman.
Okay, thank you. And other submitters present at the moment? All right, so who have we got there?
Stephen Anderson.
Thank you. And
Peggy Kelly, I'm submitting on behalf of the St Albans Pavilion and Pool Group
oh yes,
and also the Tax Street Park and Community Garden and myself.
sorry, I just missed your name again. I do have it somewhere, but
Peggy Kelly, I think I'm on the schedule as Margaret Elizabeth Kelly.
right, no. Mr. Licky, I might just get you to introduce your team as well. Just
Yes, sure. Thank you, Commissioner. My name's Josh Licky. I'm a partner at law firm Lane Neve and legal counsel for Woolworths, and I've got my colleague Ms Brown assisting today, who's also from Lane Neve. To my right is Mr Shell from Development Manager at Woolworths, and then the first two row mostly as consultants. I'll let you introduce yourselves now, if that's okay.
Natalie Hampson, Economic Consultant.
And Jonathan Cleese, Planner.
Tim Church, Urban Designer.
Okay.
Mark Brown, Landscape Architect.
Jeremy Charathan, Acoustic Engineer.
Chris Foster, Transport Engineer.
And Engineering.
Thank you. All right. Is there anything else to do the facilities?
Just before we get started, I'd just like to confirm that there is a submitter called Juanito O'Connell, and I'm Nathan O'Connell. I just want to confirm that did a lot of due diligence and don't believe we're related, never met. I just want that, just out at the start of the hearing today.
Actually, on the subject of Juanito O'Connell, it doesn't look like there's been any leave for her submission to the, she filed it at about 10 o'clock at night on the day when it was supposed to be filed by 5 p.m. So I seek leave for submission.
Leaves granted.
Everyone's had notice for submission.
Yeah, no, leaves granted. Right, so everyone's got their cell phones off, and we will get underway, starting with you, Mr. Licky.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Ms Brown will pass around, so we pre-circulated the legal submissions, so I'm not sure if you want a hard copy or not, but we'll offer those up to anyone who wants one.
I've got one, thank you.
Great, and we'll just also with those legal submissions is just a copy of the site plan. It's identical to the version from Mr Cleese's evidence, so I just thought it'd be helpful to have one copy in front of the Commissioner, so it looks like Mr O'Connell's already.
Yeah, I would quite like an A3 one. Yeah.
Just on the back.
I'll have one as well.
Yeah.
Just the attachment. Thank you. Now, we have read the submissions because they were pre-circulated, but we would like appreciate you taking us through them. I think
I'm happy to sort of take them, focus on key aspects, but if I'm going too fast or too slow, perhaps just let me know.
Yeah.
And happy to take questions as I go or at the end. And if anyone else in the room wants copies of anything through the course of the week, just let us know. As the Chair has mentioned, these submissions will be on behalf of Woolworths. Woolworths seek resource consent to establish and operate a new supermarket and small-scale retail and commercial activities at the site in Snowburn. In our case, the proposal regenerates a long vacant brownfield site which is subject to significant development restraints, and we'll hear evidence from that through the week. The proposal is necessary to address a significant shortfall in the provision of supermarket services and meet the needs of the surrounding community. St Albans has grown rapidly through intensification, and that's projected to continue. And the area currently has no full-service supermarket available, and residents therefore travel for that weekly supermarket shop, and again, that's addressed in economic evidence. Importantly, I say the majority of the site supports commercial activity. So the site sits within the neighbourhood centre zone, but it's a split zone that the Commissioners will be aware of because it also sits across the residential medium density zone in the Christchurch plan. At a more strategic level, so that objectives and policies level, the district plan provides for commercial activity by applying a hierarchy of centre zones, and in my submission, the appropriate interpretation and application of the centres hierarchy is a key point of difference between the applicant and the council. And that centres hierarchy is flown through from the Christchurch replacement plan process. So our submissions are that the proposal is consistent with the centres hierarchy, and there's two reasons for that. Firstly, the size of centres within the hierarchy is not rigid, and current centres demonstrate there is a significant overlap between centre types. So I think Ms Hampson described it as a spectrum of centres. And secondly, and in addition, there is a mechanism for the outward expansion of centres through the plan where that is commensurate to the role of the centre within the network, and there are not significant effects on the function of other centres. And that's, I expect, will be quite focused.
Okay, do you just want to talk me through that a little bit more in terms of that second mechanism?
Yeah, sure. So there's a policy that sits within Chapter 15, 15224, and that's a policy around, it's headed accommodating growth. And it gives, I don't want to call it a checklist, but it's a relatively directive list of measures at B, where outward expansion of centres must meet those criteria or those matters that sit within that policy. So I see that as I've described it elsewhere as a release valve, but as a direct policy that anticipates and provides a framework for the expansion of centres. And it's a list, Roman numeral 6, so six matters that get covered in that policy. So that's the focus of that second limb, which is in addition to that first limb, which is that the size of the centres are fluid and aren't fixed.
Okay, and you may get onto it, but does that give any indication as to whether that extension is to be by way of plan change or?
No, it does not. It's not explicit either way. So my submission would be it's appropriate to apply that through resource consent. It doesn't expressly mention plan changes or limit it to plan changes. And it's quite an intentional policy, and I'll come to it shortly, but it was the focus of attention at that first replacement plan process. So at 6, determine whether a proposal is consistent with that centres hierarchy and effects-based assessment is required, as provided for in the policy framework, including 15.2.2.2.4. And when considering the effects on other centres, all experts agree that there are no significant adverse retail distribution effects arising from the proposal. And in my submission, that's an important evidential point, and there's alignment between the economists on that point. Rather, the proposal will complement the existing Edgeware Centre by providing a different function. It will not detract from that existing centre, and while at the larger end of the scale of a neighbourhood centre, and Mr Cleese has quite a lot of analysis in his evidence on this point, it will not result in effects that would render it inconsistent with the centre's hierarchy. not all about economics, of course. There are other effects that have been addressed through the evidence, and I'll work through those in my legal submissions as well. And that's while we often end up focusing on points in contention and points of difference, it's important to recognise the positive economic effects that this proposal will bring to the community, and overall in my submission the effects are appropriate and consent should be granted. So just briefly, I think the applicant is known to most of the room, an established supermarket operator with over 180 supermarkets in New Zealand, employing over 20,000 people. But specific to what we're here for today, the site, as the commissioners are aware, is north of central Christchurch, and the broader block, the one you walked, bounded by Madras, Pack, Purchase and Cannon Street. And Mr. Cleese goes into quite a lot of detail in his evidence around the history, which I probably don't need to repeat today, but I've summarised that here. It was the site was used for industrial use in the electricity industry, and it's often referred to as the Orion site for that reason. And it was also subject to a designation for roading that was lifted in 2008. And it's remained vacant since that time. So what you see there now is a significant brownfield parcel of land in a generally otherwise residential neighbourhood. So the previous owner of the site, so prior to Woolworths, before the Canterbury earthquakes, introduced a particular zoning layout that resulted in an outline development plan, and there's been some evidence on that history. That was through Plan Change 31 to what was known then as the city plan. And there's significant planning evidence on this point. And that reflected the development intentions of the time. The subsequent earthquakes impacted that, and there's since been a fragmentation of ownership, and the ODP's never been implemented in the way that it was intended, either through this proposal or through previous development on the site. So over the page, at page 4, as a result, in my submission, the ODP is no longer commercially feasible or the most appropriate urban form provision in the context of the surrounding local community. 14, just some more history there, that through the replacement plan process, only part of the ODP was rolled into the replacement plan. The southern portion was included in the plan, and I'm just repeating Mr. Cleese's evidence, but I share it in my submission as well, that it's not clear why that was, but it is what it is.
Outcome of the process.
Yes, precisely. So as I mentioned, the site's vacant, and it's a mixture of hard stand, grassed areas, weeds and sown trees. So I mentioned earlier some constraints on the site. It's a contaminated site due to that historic use, and I also was on the site yesterday. I didn't see the commissioners for the record, but you would have seen the same water pooling that I did, and I hadn't bought my gumboots, so I stayed on the footpath. But there are some stormwater issues with the site, and there's evidence for Mr. Javvik on this point. And as I understand it, those points are agreed as between council and Woolworths.
Which points?
Oh, sorry, the stormwater and engineering type servicing matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because one thing, and just before we move on, perhaps, is that we have the site's, I guess by reputation, is highly contaminated, and we haven't really got evidence addressing. I mean, we've got some evidence, obviously, what addresses how it will be dealt with under the NES, etc.
Yeah, and there's sorry.
No, carry on.
There's a PSI. I'll double check whether it was included in the application, but the PSI was undertaken as well.
Yeah. And
Mr. Javvik's evidence refers to that. So it's through that evidence that we'll be addressing that contamination point. But I'll make a note as well to check back on that.
Has there been a DSI undertaken?
Client's nodding, so yes. Yeah.
So there's been both the PSI and the DSI.
So that was starting with the site itself. Looking briefly beyond the site, as I mentioned, it's predominantly residential, and the commissioners will have seen the increasing presence of medium density development, and that's resulting in significant growth for St Albans, and that intensification's expected to continue. I've mentioned the High Court Frost decision there, which is a Wanaka decision. It was around notification, but just around the relevance of objectives and policies to the environment, where the court concluded it would be artificial to assess effects without considering what exists and what is anticipated. So my submission there is really just that enabled intensification is relevant to the nature of this environment. And as commissioners, I say you should turn your mind to what's realistically anticipated in that environment. On the site itself, there's no strict or formal, so therefore there is no permitted baseline. But there are aspects of the policy framework, including the comment in the plan or in the policy that sits in the plan around neighbourhood centres being up to 3,000 metres squared, excluding standalone supermarket-based centres, and it's the case for the applicant that this is a supermarket-based centre, and I don't understand that to be a point of dispute with the council. And there are, Mr. Cleese will provide more detail, but rule triggers around the GFA triggers for the site, both for supermarkets and also for other retail activities. So we'll get into that in more detail. Mm-hmm. So the anticipated environment is a relevant consideration in my submission for the effects. I've briefly summarised mainly Ms Hampson's evidence on the need point, so the strong need for a full service supermarket and convenience retail in this location. I mentioned previously, and the submitter, Mr Anderson's here today as well, there is a small Fresh Choice supermarket at the Edgware local centre. The evidence for Woolworths is that this provides a top-up grocery store and does not fulfil full order supermarket shopping needs. So that results in people leaving the catchment to do that full service shopping. There's, as I read it, alignment between Ms Hampson and Mr Heath on this point, and Mr Heath agrees that there's an unmet demand for supermarket retail in St Albans under that existing centre network. As I mentioned, signalled at the start, I've provided a copy of the proposed plan that's attached to Mr Cleese's evidence, just to orientate the commissioners to the proposal. So it's a full service supermarket, obviously, served by this small format retail, which sleeves the front of the store. And there is upstairs at the northern end a commercial anticipated activity at that L-shaped around the pocket park with retail downstairs. The online, or what's labelled there as online is an online distribution part of the Woolworths offering, which is becoming increasingly common in Woolworths stores, and Mr Shell can speak to that. The loading bay is at the back northern corner. Car parking out the front. I'll come to some changes that have been made to that since receipt of the 42A. And then the two entries to Madras Street, which in evidence are referred to as the northern entry, which is obviously at the northern end, and then that southern entry that sits down at the southern end. And this plan shows that split zoning with a blue dotted line, the residential versus neighbourhood centre.
Okay.
The site has been very intentionally and specifically identified by Woolworths to address this demand, and I'll let Mr Shell speak to his own evidence, but the evidence is there are no other significantly large and vacant sites within the St Albans Edgware area, regardless of zoning, so just in a practical sense, so no realistic alternatives for amalgamation of other sites. The team can describe the intent, the urban design and architectural intent for the site, and with the supermarket located at the back, which is relatively common, and the sleeving of the small format retail and commercial activities around the site. And there's significant evidence as well on landscaping, which is, as I read it, understood or agreed, with the council landscape architect. One key element from the ODP that has been retained is a small pocket park. Now that's located to the north of what's labelled Retail B on the site and location plan. And also the other part of the ODP is that smaller format retail, which is included. But the remaining parts of the ODP in our submission and based on the evidence filed are no longer practicable, feasible or appropriate. And I've touched on this already around contamination, liquefaction and stormwater, which is addressed in the engineering evidence. I've briefly summarised the changes made post-lodgement, but I've asked the team to go through those with you as they present their summary statements. There's, following receipt of the 42A, been further amendments and there's significant alignment with council experts. Starting first with traffic, there was some feedback from Mr McGonigal, which Mr Rossiter has addressed in his evidence. It's mainly around changes to the northern and southern entry and exit. I won't read those out. Mr Rossiter will take us to those, and some changes to the parking, which has resulted in an increase in parking provided. In relation to landscape, which is at B, Mr Brown's made changes, which again I'll let Mr Brown speak to, which I've just summarised there, and as I understand it, Mr Head and Mr Brown are in alignment regarding the proposal. Likewise, urban design, Mr Hatton made some recommendations which Mr Church will speak to and has made amendments to as well. I've briefly mentioned the plan change 14 and I'll come to that later, but it's just to explain why the elevations were updated to show the changes that would have been made through plan change 14, but that is no longer going to become operative, and I'll come to that shortly, but I just want to explain why they're on the plans. It's a product of its time. Mm-hmm. Right, statutory framework. Commissioners are very familiar with 104, of course.
Yep.
Particularly relevant to this proposal, there's also the trade competition limitations that sit within 104 and also around 308 of the Act. The proposal's full discretionary activity. And that's, as I understand it, Mr Cleese will speak to this, but it's mainly due to the inclusion of the small scale retail that sits within the residential part of the site. And as the Chair mentioned, consent's required under the ES due to contamination. Plan change 14, just to keep us all on our toes, the decisions were made on that and parts have been incorporated into the district plan. But importantly for this proposal, the recommendations made, which would have changed the medium density land on and around this site to high density, will no longer be made operative, assuming the bill goes through Parliament that's before the House. So where I see that for you as decision makers, it's a weighting exercise, and my submission would be to put almost no weight on that change recommended through plan change 14 from medium to high density surrounding the site, because of the fact that it's very unlikely to become operative.
Okay.
But unusually, perhaps I've started in terms of the planning context with starting with that centres hierarchy policy framework, just because I see that as a key matter for your consideration. So that starts with the regional policy statement, and I've just included the key policy 636 there, which is around identification of these centres. And also the key aspect, where you are in circumstances where you're locating out of centre, your activities will not give rise to significant adverse distribution or urban form effects. So I see that as the sort of framework RPS policy that sets the scene for these district plan policies that follow. I've gone through at 46 there, it's explaining how the district plan sets out that hierarchy. I can probably move through that relatively quickly, but starting with the CBD, town centres, local centres, large format centres. At E is the neighbourhood centre. which is what the proposal is located in today. So that's described as a small group of primarily convenient shops, and in some instances supermarket facilities, but it's expressly stated as including standalone supermarkets serving the surrounding residential community. And what I say is a guide, but we'll hear evidence on this. There's a size, we say it's a GFA policy guide, and that in table row E of that table up to 3,000 metres squared, but it excludes standalone supermarket-based centres. So we'll expand on that through the week. So from that starting point, the objectives and policies, starting at objective 3.3.1, which really echoes the RPS policy around the centres hierarchy, but where commercial activities proposed to locate outside these centres, they will not give rise to significant adverse distributional or uniform effects. So very similar wording. That is supported by policy 15.2.2 in the commercial chapter of the district plan, and giving effect to that policy 224. Now that was the policy that the chair took me to, or I took the chair to earlier, around accommodating growth and those matters that are relevant to that, and I've just summarised there. Ensuring the centre remains commensurate with its role in the hierarchy, integrated with infrastructure and transport, managing effects, interface edge type effects, responsive to anticipated increase in population of the surrounding catchment and supporting intensification, consistent with revitalising the city centre, which was a key driver that was coming out of that replacement plan process, and ensuring the centre remains coherent. There's quite a lot of evidence on that policy, and I'll expand on it a bit more in my legal submissions as well.
Okay, can you just talk us through the role of the objective, so 3.3.11 for example, in terms of the strategic objectives?
Yep.
The consenting process?
Yeah, sure. So the strategic objectives came through they came first in the replacement plan process. So there was a decision finalising those as a first step, and the rest of the replacement plan chapters came later to give effect to those objectives. But those objectives don't, in a sort of hierarchical sense, trump or change the interpretation of other objectives that sit within the plan, but they just have a wider reaching application. So they sit across the whole plan. Whereas the chapter 15, for example, is only related to the commercial matters. So they have a more overarching approach, but they don't, in my submission, they don't trump or read down the rest of the plan.
I'm just aware that Judge Borthwick, then Judge Borthwick, was quite concerned about the reliance on strategic objectives.
And it's come up with Judge Hassan as well in the context of the Queenstown plan with Judge Hassan, and I can find the case for our closing submissions, but with Judge Hassan saying that they don't have hierarchy and they can't be used to read down other objectives. An objective is an objective. We all call, increasingly they're called strategic objectives. I think they were, in my experience going through the replacement plan process though, they were relied on heavily because of the fact that they came first, and the rest of the process they were settled, they were part of a decision. So the rest of the plan was tested against that. Or certainly the parts of the plan that I was involved in, which was focused around this centre's hierarchy.
So from a resource consent perspective, how much weighting should we be giving to those strategic objectives when we have, like chapter 15, as you said, that has quite clear objectives and policies specific to?
So in my submission, helpfully in this case, we say that they don't pull you in different directions. So they reinforce objective 15.2.2 reinforces objective 3.3.1. So you can read them together and they function together.
So it gives effect to it, basically.
Yeah, that's right. And then the policy obviously sits beneath that. But in a pure plan hierarchy sense, I based on those court decisions and just based on what is an objective and what's a policy and what's a rule, that there isn't a trumping mechanism within those strategic objectives. They just have more overarching reach, in my submission.
And your evidence is that also there's an alignment right up to the RPS then as well.
To that 6 foot, yeah, and it flows down from there. And that alignment is really around what I described earlier as the release valve, or the need to test proposals that may sit outside that strict centres hierarchy.
Thank you.
That's fine. So we've briefly touched on 3.3.11 and then 15.2.2 being the key policy within chapter 15, and then the outward expansion testing policy at 15.2.2.4. So I don't think there's any dispute. I'm over on page 12 now, para 48. Mr McLeese's evidence goes through this, that the provisions make it clear that the key purpose of the centre's hierarchy is to maintain the role and function of centres further up the hierarchy. But where new centres do not give rise to retail distribution effects on centres further up the hierarchy and therefore do not materially reduce the role and function of other centres, they will not undermine the purpose of that hierarchy. And that's just Mr Cleese's evidence, and that's recognised within that same policy that I was reading earlier. This flexibility in my submission at 49 was very intentional. So Woolworths were a party to this chapter and others as it went through the plan, and I was acting for Woolworths. And Simpson Gresson, Mr Winchester at that time, for the council in his legal submissions, or in Ms Scott's legal submissions, noted that there needed to be a release valve to enable expansion as and when proven to be appropriate in the district plan. So that's squarely what's happening here, and my submission confirms that the centres are not intended to provide a rigid approach, but to ensure that centres are developed in a manner that ensures that there are no significant retail distribution effects on other centres. And this provides for that necessary flexibility. I am the spectrum, and I haven't referenced it, but I think Ms Hampson uses the same word. The other relevant part to this proposal for the applicant is the brownfield aspect. So there's key enablement within the plan for the regeneration of brownfield sites, which this site, in the case of the applicant, is its brownfields, and I understand that the council conclusion is the same. And that brownfield site enablement flows again down from the RPS. I've just referenced the regeneration of existing brownfield areas, and then it flows down into the strategic objective 337, and then the objective and policy framework that sits within the residential. Interestingly, it sits within the residential chapter, but it does reference commercial activities. So I've just summarised those so objective 14.2.7. Providing for commercial and residential development and suitable brownfield sites, and then the policy that implements that. I won't read 52, it's my own summary really of tying all those strings together around that planning framework, and just providing a list really of the key directives and outcomes of that.
Yeah, that's fine. Just before we move on from the brownfields, what's your we've had the planning evidence as to, in essence, there's not a cut-off, if you like, when the land's rezoned or whatever. Did you have any view on that from a legal perspective?
Yeah, well, I reviewed the council assessment. I mean, I agree. Well, I agree it's brownfields in reliance on Mr. Cleese's evidence as well. I took a more direct approach to getting to that, which is similar to what Mr. Cleese has done. I don't think there's a cut-off, but I mean, I sort of saw the planners got to the same place and accept that view, but certainly agree it is a brownfields. site. I mean, it just, to me, squarely falls within the intent of those brownfields provision.
Is there relevance in terms of the brownfield definition only occurring, as I understand it, in the residential chapters?
I had the same thought as I was writing the submissions because of the fact that the reference is only in chapter 14.
Okay.
I mean, there is the RPS provision as well, which obviously isn't specific to a zone. I mean, it's more focused on the centres actually, and confusingly uses different terms to describe centres than what now sit within the plan as well. But I mean, the strategic objective, the strategic direction objectives would sit to both the commercial zone and the residential. So that's 337. So there is support there for that brownfields enablement to both. But I agree that the given objective 14.27 sits in the residential chapter, even though it does refer to commercial and residential development, then technically there is it does apply to that residential zoning. But given it talks about comprehensive, I'll just read it rather than ad-libbing, but comprehensive planning and things, it would seem a real world analysis should apply that to the whole site. Perhaps, in reliance on that strategic direction that sits above it, that applies to both zones. And I think read together, that gives you support for that. Right. But I did wonder, as I was preparing, why that objective sits in 14 and not elsewhere.
Could it be that in commercial zones which are brownfield, if you like, they've already got that zoning over them?
Yeah, potentially, because it's already gone through that step and already gives effect to that strategic direction and the RPS.
Yeah, and on these zones, I'm looking for more of a comprehensive one in terms of the residential.
Yeah, potentially. I haven't looked into the decisions or anything, but that would explain it. It seems that there wasn't an intent to limit this brownfield enablement just to residential. So perhaps it was using that other mechanism of the zoning process. Right.
So 53?
53, and again, I don't need to read this out, I've already expanded on it earlier, but this is just around that release valve within 15.224, and I've just summarised there why we say that based on the evidence the proposal meets those relevant criteria, and they'll get more focused through the course of the week. And fundamentally, the need for a full service supermarket we say is unable to be met elsewhere, and that's a point that's been traversed in Mr. Cleese and Ms. Hampson's evidence as well. So moving now, and again I won't read this all out, but just consistency with the centres hierarchy. So those two arguments that I've made in the introduction. Supermarkets are expressly provided for within the neighbourhood centre zone. And when I refer to the table, it's the table that sits at 15.1, so it sits under 15.2.2.1, and it describes the centre's roles. And then row E is the neighbourhood centre. Mr. Heath may speak to this through the council presentation, but I've just pulled out an aspect of his report that I thought was very useful on this point. And Mr. Heath identifies in the report that his firm prepared in 2006 in relation to the size of these neighbourhood centres. And I just quote that: it's clearly out of date and not fit for purpose of a retail impact assessment today, given the significant changes in the market since 2006. And Ms. Hampson agrees there's a misalignment between the development outcome the planning provision anticipate for the St Albans Centre without triggering a consent, so just as a permitted activity, and the market context. Mr. Cleese has done this analysis of the size of those existing neighbourhood centres, and my read of his table in para 72 of his evidence is that the size is that this site is consistent with the size range of other neighbourhood centres within the district plan. But Mr Cleese's analysis shows that there is some fluidity in the size of centres. Some are bigger than this site and some are smaller. And in addition to that, and again I'm drawing on Mr Cleese's analysis here, the GFA of those other neighbourhood centres is also at times significantly larger than the 3,000 metres squared, which is indicated in row E of policy 15.2.2. And I just picked there, well, as an example, the largest, it should be Blenheim Road to avoid any confusion, and that's 10,350. So obviously well larger in a GFA sense than 3,000. Why relevant to your determination? Well, in my submission, it supports the conclusion that the centre's hierarchy is not intended to be rigid in its categorisation of these centres, and it's to enable some flexibility, which again the evidence and policy framework supports. So I think in a plan hierarchy or plan structure sense, that's further supported by the fact that that size guide sits at a policy level rather than a rule level. For example, you're not tipped into non-complying or prohibited due to the size of the activities in the proposal. And in my submission, that really supports the fact that each application does need to be tested as against the relevant matters of discretion and that policy framework that sits above it.
Does the plan use non-complying activities to any degree?
Not, I was going to say not at all. Not regularly that I can think of. No, it's mainly RD or discretion.
RD or discretion.
Yeah. So in determining whether the proposal is appropriate, in my submission, size is not the determining, shouldn't be, and is not the determining factor. Rather, the policy requires this effects-based consideration, including whether there will be significant retail distribution effect. And this is explored further in submissions, but also in evidence. And I just added there to the side, to me, function takes precedent over form in this respect. So you need to look at how the centre functions and how it sits within that broader framework, and not just look to what the size of the physical size of the centre is. It's obviously a key point of difference with council, and I've just touched on that at paragraph 60, the council's opposition. My read of it is it's on the basis of the centre's hierarchy, and this again appears to read to me as a planning policy concern rather than an economic effect concern. I think that's an important distinction, and that Mr Heath for the council hasn't concluded that the centre's hierarchy concerns as a result of retail distribution effects. So in that sense, it's our case that the council's policy position is not supported by the economic position.
What about from an integrity perspective?
It's it's not to. I mean, it's obviously a difference of position, but the council's completely entitled to have a planning policy position that sits separate to the economics. And I'm not contesting that. That's the prerogative of the planner, and that would include plan integrity. But there are elements to the application of this policy framework which rely on that economic evidence, and in my submission there is a gap there, or a disconnect between the economic position of the council and the planning position.
And can I just sort of jump back just a little bit? I was just taking some notes there around when you were talking about function over form. Can you just explain that again?
Yeah, sure.
In terms of, was that just in terms of when looking at the role of the centre, or?
Yeah, that's right. Both the role of the centre and then also when looking at the fact that this release valve, we say, sits within the policy framework. In my submission, it's quite intentional that the plan hasn't set a size of a centre and said that is the size it needs to be. It directs you to look further than that as to how the centre functions, how the centre interrelates with other centres in the hierarchy. That it's not just around the size and the bulk and location; it's around how it actually functions. Okay. Yeah. That was all I meant by function over form. Were just my ad-libbing words there to say it needs to be a deeper process than just, well, it's over 3,000 squares, so therefore it's inappropriate.
Yeah.
It's more nuanced, well, much more nuanced, and a test than that. So I have spent quite a bit of time on policy, but I think it is a key part of your determination, and that's why I put that up front before moving to the effects aspect of my submissions. So they start at page 16. Now, in my submissions, I've focused on the points of difference with the expert evidence in terms of effects, or as they were at the time I wrote these, which was that we had the council's evidence. So there are at 62 effects that have been agreed as between council and the experts for Woolworths that I haven't addressed in detail, but that includes the engineering, and also the acoustic effects. And Dr. Trevathan will give evidence on that, and there are also conditions proposed in relation to that. And the owners and occupiers of two adjacent lots, so this is Dragonwin Investments, have provided affected party approval to the proposal, and as a result, the effects on those neighbours must be disregarded when taking into account the assessment.
Sorry, just jump in there. Does the applicant also own lot E? Just to the north.
Yeah, that's right.
So should we take the written approval as inherent in that?
Inherent in approval and that it's owned by the applicant.
Yeah.
So that's just where we're at lot E. So then lot 4, I just referred to earlier, which is the Dragonwin further to the east. And that includes the link through to the road. And then likewise lot 3, so on the south side of the parking area, is the other lot that has given affected party approval. And that still comes all the way down to Madras, yeah. So that comes down to Madras and across to, in an L shape.
So that's lot 3.
Lot 3,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's townhouses at the moment, is it? Or
No, the townhouses are the next
further.
lot across
Yeah.
to the south.
That's right.
Yeah.
So in terms of that 3 metre high acoustic fence, is there written approval basically by all directly adjoining or adjacent?
Yeah, that 3 metre acoustic fence, and it's all one landowner. And then the lot E being the Woolworths land to the, but that's a lower acoustic fence at that western end of the site, 2.3 metre. But the 3 metre is that adjoining neighbour is the lot 4 affected party approval, which is the Dragonwin Investments. As I mentioned, I don't like to skip over positive effects. The proposal will result in significant positive effects, including the provision of the full service supermarket, integration of land uses, and that includes with the new townhouse developments that are establishing in the area, and addressing that leakage in supermarket grocery spend beyond the St Albans catchment. Mention the regeneration of the brownfield site that has significant constraints in terms of other development options. Once beyond that construction phase, there's obviously economic benefits in terms of 80 to 100 full-time jobs and also part-time employment, which Mr. Shah will speak to. The addition of the supermarket it has been anticipated in one form or another, acknowledging the points of difference we've talked about for at least 15 years on this site. And it will ensure a more efficient urban form by reducing travel for those needing the full service supermarket. And there is provision of roading improvements, and there is a point of difference between the council, traffic engineers and Woolworths, which the work through the week around that Madras layout and entrance. So the economic and retail distribution effects, which do touch on that policy or overlap, with that policy discussion we've already had. While the RMA at its first form provides that a consent authority must not have regard to trade competition or the effects of trade competition, the Supreme Court in the discount brands line of cases, so the Westfield line of cases, determine that retail distribution effects can still be taken into account. And there are those effects that become significant and have a wider flow-on effect on the viability of a centre. From that discount brands, which was the Supreme Court case, there was a high threshold placed on what is a relevant retail distribution effects. And I've just quoted some aspects of that case, and Mr. Heath has some case law in his technical assessment that I agree with as well. To reach this threshold, the relevant effects need to impact amenity values to such an extent that it affects people and communities and the economic, social and well-being of people. In the Commissioner Fraser's neck of the woods in Upper Hutt, and that case, which was around an addition of a new centre, the examples were given as a downturn in business in an existing shopping centre or dilution of a retail centre known as the tumbleweed scene. And in that case, the court used words that this would include a gutting of that centre or a destroying of that centre. So quite directive, strong effects to become a relevant retail distribution effects. And to a lesser extent, or in a more summarised way, that introduction of the word significant has gone through into this policy framework that I've walked you through today as well. And there must be a significant adverse retail distribution effect. Over the page at 68, I mean, it's a point that's been squarely addressed in Ms Hampson's evidence and Mr Heath's as well, who both agree that the proposal will not have those significant adverse retail distribution effects on existing centres, and in particular the decline of the Edgware centre. And it will not have an adverse economic effect on the revitalisation of the city centre, which gets particular focus in the district plan. In my submission, and I've just cross-referenced other parts of my legal submissions there, it will not meet the threshold, the effects will not meet the threshold of significant adverse retail distribution effects, and they cannot be considered by the panel. Now, I just clarify though that those assessments and that evidence is still extremely relevant and important to your policy assessment, but just purely as an effect, those economic effects do not reach that bar of significant retail distribution effects, which is a similar wording that is introduced into the policy framework as well. Just expanding briefly on why that is, and I'll leave this to the economists who are much more trained to speak to it than I am, but Ms Hampson finds that the Fresh Choice at Edgware provides a top-up service, and the proposal is different to that. It's a weekly grocery shopping that's not currently met. So it won't take away that top-up need from Edgware. It will provide a different offering. And in my submission, this meets the centre's hierarchy, with neighbourhood centres complementing local centres and spreading that demand across different tiers of centre. The provision of supermarkets and retail grocery stores has been extensively studied and reported on by central government. In terms of the relevance of the Commerce Commission market study around supermarkets to your determination, I submit it as an other matter under 1041C. And in particular, the Commerce Commission identified that restrictive planning controls were a key barrier to the establishment and expansion of supermarkets, and that this is having an impact on the affordability. It has implications for customers, including by impacting affordability, given the consenting costs and challenges. So I certainly don't submit that you're bound by bound to address the recommendations of the Commerce Commission study, but it is a relevant matter. The ComCom study, just over the page at 19, made some recommendations around what they saw should happen to address this, including increasing available land supply for supermarkets. And really the reason I raise it is that the present application process and specifically the council's recommendation to refuse consent, notwithstanding the fact the plan anticipates a supermarket in this location, and its own economic evidence concludes both the need for and the lack of effect of the proposed development in the supermarket. It illustrates the challenges of establishing a supermarket in practice. But helpfully I say that the conclusions of the Commerce Commission study can be navigated through applying the policy framework as it has been put into the plan, including that spectrum of centres and that express provision for the expansion of centres, with clear matters to be considered at that policy level. So moving to transport, and I'll move through the rest of the effects relatively efficiently. I understand there's no dispute as to network effects between the transport engineers. There's been some amendments made by Mr. Rossiter in response to the council's feedback that I'll let him speak to, and the remaining point of dispute relates to the actual works needed or not on Madras Street at that entry and exit, but I'll let the engineers speak to that.
Can I just jump in there in terms of, might be a question, how, in terms of the work that's needed on the road and whether that lands if consent is granted, it will need authorisation through council, I imagine, not through regulatory arm, obviously.
Yeah, as road controller, and it's all whether there's two expert positions before you, Mr. Rossiter's, which involves a painted flush median or changes to that painted flush median, and then the council, Mr. McGowanall, is recommending changes, as I understand them, to be more around that curb and channel and expansion of that road corridor, but it all fits within the council's legal road, either approach. So there's no issue of third party approvals beyond that of council as road controller.
Is there a risk though, if the panel was of the mind to grant consent, that council may not, as road controlling authority, want those changes? I guess it's a separate approval process, isn't it?
It is a separate approval process that would be needed to have gone through. I mean, one option to address that risk would be having that circle back to council as road controlling authority for comment or for input, but it would need that separate approval. That's right, and my read of the two different recommendations is they're not that particularly far apart, so it might be that that it's something that can be addressed through the course of the week as well.
Yeah.
Because both of the proposals that are put forward, both will require works, regardless, one will require a curb change, but the other, just in road marking changes, will also require their approval,
So whatever solution, there would need to be an approval by council outside the regulatory, which is relatively common, but I definitely I take your point.
Yeah, it's usually helpful if it's been resolved by this point.
And that would have been nice that we are just down to one point of difference as I read it on that point, but we'll make a note as well, and it may depend on just where things go with the week on that point. But I think it's important to be absolutely clear that whatever route or mitigation path is taken, it's all within the road reserve. There may be some, there would be some curb and channel changes though with the council recommendation.
And it's quite problematic to have a third party approval process like that through conditions of consent as well, or is there a pathway that you've seen?
There is a pathway if it's close to a more like a certification type approval, but if it's an open-ended third-party approval that would essentially render the consent incapable of being given effect to. For example, if works were required on a private property and they were not approving them, then that would be the other end of
Okay. Can I just go back to traffic, just one final point? In terms of the pedestrian routes, you've, in your paragraph 74D, you say access to, on Mr. Rossiter's evidence, access to Pack Street is not feasible. From a legal perspective, did you have any comment on that?
Yeah, no, it comes up as well in terms of the urban design point. So from a legal perspective, the proposal before you was the proposal that you need to determine the effects on and assess the effects on and test against the policy framework. In a real world sense, Woolworths can't propose accesses that are on land they don't own and can't control. So that has guided and driven what's the proposal that's before you today. So my legal response on some, and it again comes up in the urban design context, is that whilst you need to test the effects of the proposal, that is the proposal, and it's not that through the course of this week that the proposal can be tested or modified or changed in a way that would raise a scope issue, for example, simply because that is the preferred view of some consultants and some submitters. So I think scope is particularly relevant here in a legal sense, in that the transport effects have been assessed based on the proposal before you with the two accesses to Madras. In my submission, there would be real scope challenges, even if that was possible to be changed now, to change that access arrangement through the course of a hearing process.
So was effectively the subdivision, subdivision was what put an end to that opportunity?
That's right. So that Mr. Shell can provide more detail when he gives his evidence on this, but just at a high level, as part of the purchase of the site, Woolworths wasn't able to secure the purchase of these other bits of land that would have allowed the further access to the alternate streets. So there was the whole, and I'm not across the commercial detail, but the end outcome was through the purchase process there was a boundary adjustment that returned that land ultimately to the vendor, and that's resulted in the current site layout as it stands now, and that Woolworths couldn't get agreement to acquire the rest of that land. So that's what's driven the layout that's before you today. It was just unable to be acquired. But in terms of your decision making, I think that the legal submission I'd make is that the proposal is what it is before you, and that's what needs to be assessed.
So we had a consented order?
Yeah,
or decline it if that's...
because Woolworths can't propose or promise you things on land that they don't own or control.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
Out of order.
No problem. That's just
Urban
great. I think urban
design,
design we've got to. And likewise, there's been Mr. Hatton and Mr. Church, who is Woolworths urban design on behalf of Woolworths, have had some interaction post 42A and or to respond to the 42A, and that's resulted in some more minor changes, to be fair, around the urban design points. And a similar point that I've just made, I've summarised at 79. Mr. Haddam's made some alternative site layout, they're really bulk and location type drawings. I mean, the commissioners can do with them what you will, but in my submission, that they're really of limited assistance to assessing the effects of this proposal, and that's the task before you. And again, I'd just be wary of scope in terms of what amendments are able to actually be made to the proposal at this point, including not only access but including bulk and location, given what was notified.
Right. So putting buildings closer to the road or along the Madras Street road, so that's not that would be out of scope.
Yeah, just because if there was, for example, a landowner that was quite relaxed about the proposal because they were at the rear of the site, and therefore chose not to participate in the process, not to lodge a submission, I think they would fall foul of that scope test. Of course, amendments can be made where effects are reduced. But to significantly move bulk and location, in particular making it closer to other third-party neighbours, I think does raise a scope issue. So my submission would be for the proposal as it has been applied for and amended through evidence to be tested with the experts, albeit talking about or addressing those alternative schemes may assist in that assessment process. Or help understand why the proposal is what it is. Precedent effects, so they're relevant but not a mandatory consideration, but they have been addressed in evidence as well. So a key point for you when considering the relevance or the importance of precedent effects is will there be a proliferation of like-for-like applications? So I think that's the key, and that's that started with Dye and the Rodney case as well. Said something similar, and that's a point we've asked Ms. Hampson to address in her evidence, in particular around that retail hierarchy. I think that's the key point we were keen to get evidential assessment on. And so that Ms. Hampson's provided quite detailed analysis around why sites like this are rare, in particular of this brownfield nature. And I've just summarised Ms. Hampson's evidence really, but she's reviewed all neighbourhood zones in Christchurch and found that none are of a scale or dimensions that would, even with adjoining vacant lands amalgamated with it, provide a site suitable for a full-size supermarket. So that can give you quite a lot of comfort around the lack of risk of precedent effect in this case. I'd also add, and sorry I haven't ad-libbing here, what we say is a clear pathway to navigate around this policy framework, and the expansion of the centre also helps reduce the risk of a precedent effect, and that there's a clear policy pathway to work through to test whether this proposal is appropriate or not. And any future application would need to go through that exact same process. I think that further reduces this risk of precedent effect in this instance, and that the plan gives quite a clear framework to test and apply the proposal against. I won't read out the district plan assessment, and that I've sort of covered all that already, and I'm conscious of time. But really here I've just summarised what I've expanded on, particularly in terms of the centre's hierarchy. Just saw the Commissioner do the same thing, but I always saw it 15 minutes. Moving over the page, higher order planning documents, so that we've touched on the RPS already, in particular 6 36, which introduces this not giving rise to significant adverse distributional or urban form effects. The MPS, which obviously sits above that, and the commissioners are likely familiar with, directs well-functioning urban developments with good accessibility for people between housing and community services. So the proposal achieves those outcomes in our submission as supported by evidence. Moving.
So sorry, do you say we need to go back up to the higher order documents or not?
No, I don't submit you need to at all. I think the evidence for the applicant, and certainly my legal submission, is that the district plan gives effect to firstly the RPS, in particular 63664, the MPS for urban development, and ultimately part 2 of the RMA. I have over the page on page 24 tested a counterfactual type argument, and that I say there's no need to go back to part 2 because the plan provides gives effect to those higher order documents. But the counter argument to that though is that if the council's evidential planning position is found to be correct, and that there isn't the flex and there isn't the release valve for this activity within the district plan, then in my submission that can't be sustainable management, and therefore the plan can't give effect to those higher order documents. So the submission point I'm making there is that it can't be that the council planning position is correct, because if it was, then the district plan wouldn't give effect to those higher order documents. So it's a slightly different twist on going back up the order, but it's a way to test in my submission the application of this policy framework, and that it can't have been that the policy framework was intended to be applied the way the reporting officer has, because that can't give effect to part 2, and it can't give effect to the RPS. Which I submit further reinforces the appropriateness of the evidence on behalf of Woolworths and the way that policy framework has been applied. So to sort of help you a bit more about what to do about that, in my submission, you don't need to go beyond what the provisions of the plan say, because they do give effect to those higher order documents. But a further reason for that is that the counter view can't be right, and that otherwise the plan shouldn't have been drafted in the way it was. And it's relatively, it's a relatively recent plan. But if it was to be applied so strictly, then that wouldn't give effect to part 2. So I've just expanded on that at 92.
Okay, just for right. So you at 92 again, you touch on integrity of the centre's hierarchy.
Yeah, that's right, and that there's this quite intentional policy framework that protects that, and certainly we're not seeking to avoid that or dodge that, but the plan does that. It provides for that pathway, and that means there isn't an integrity issue, because there's a clear pathway, a clear policy regime for the proposal to be tested again.
So is the hierarchy just a matter to have regard to, or is it?
No, I think that the hierarchy is centre to your assessment. But what I'm saying is that there is some flex within the hierarchy that proposals need to be tested against, and can be still found to be entirely consistent with the hierarchy, and that the hierarchy doesn't lock down specific centres and only provide for particular activities within those centres. It's a more fluid, flexible approach to that, and it provides really helpful policy guidance to test applications against, to therefore apply that hierarchy. So my submission would be the hierarchy is central to your considerations, certainly not another matter. It's about how you apply that hierarchy that's at issue or on the table. I submit for this week as to what is the correct application of that hierarchy.
And just before we move on just to that, and I might have covered this previously, but in terms of the, is it our effects central in your submission to our interpretation and application of the hierarchy?
Yes, that's right, and in particular economic effects, but also urban design effects, and that hierarchy includes policies around form. But to apply, my submission to you is that to carefully test and apply that policy hierarchy requires pulling in the relevant effects assessment, in particular the economics assessment.
Why in particular the economic, why does that sit up above the urban form? Because urban form was also, there's economic and urban form, so.
It's a good question, and from that overarching RPS, it does seem to. I think the only reason I say in particular is determining or testing, the proposal against the relevant policy framework, in particular 15.224, has quite a focus on function of centres that I do feel is driven by that economic evidence. I think the urban form evidence is more site specific. How the proposal functions within that site, whereas the economic evidence touches more on a broader centres wide framework beyond just a site. That's why I put economics higher up the list in terms of relevance, because it's addressing that broader network point.
Okay, and you say urban form is more site focused.
I think the urban design evidence is more site focused. I mean, urban form will be guided by what happens on these sites. But the trigger of that question was just around the fact that I was suggesting economics evidence is a key consideration, and I was thinking more about urban design evidence. And I think economics evidence, or the economic conclusions, will influence urban form in a city-wide sense. But the urban design evidence before you this week is more site-specific. Hopefully that's answered the question. Might not have. Moving now to the submissions, there's obviously a relatively large number of submissions filed, and the submissions have been addressed by all the technical experts. Although I'm not going to go through each submission, I won't go through the legal submissions, but just touch on the legal points at this stage. One is around the trade competition, and I've mentioned this earlier.
Actually, sorry, just before we move on,
right.
just in terms of your, what's the relevance from our decision-making perspective in terms of the numbers of submitters, if any?
It's the RMA, and my submission is not a voting competition. And
so it's not a numbers game.
It's not a numbers game. I think the commissioners can apply a lens of the concerns of a submitter based on where they live. For example, a submitter right next door compared to a submitter further away. That is a relevant part of your consideration of a submitter concerns. But I'd put no weight on the numbers game.
Okay.
It's really a matter for evidence, but also for you to hear and consider the views of the submitters. We've just provided that for context, and in particular the location of those submitters. Again, trade competition, we've already touched on it. I mentioned the 104 restriction, but there's the restrictions within section 308 as well of the Act around limiting submissions of trade competitors, but also less relevant to a first instance hearing. And I've never been able to determine why, even though this has come up several times. The surrogate restrictions apply on appeal. So this is where a submitter supports another submitter, a trade competitor supports another submitter to raise effects. So those surrogate provisions apply on appeal. But the key limitation sits in 308B around limiting what a trade competitor can submit on. In summary form, in my submission, submission points from trade competitors can only be considered by you as the panel where the submitter is directly affected by an effect that does not relate to trade competition or in relation to trade, and that could be traffic or noise or whatever, or in relation to trade effects where the adverse effects become significant and have a flow-on effect on the viability of the centre. So those retail distribution, tumbleweed type effects. So if you're a trade competitor, that places a clear limitation on what you can and can't submit on. As I mentioned earlier, while you may consider retail distribution effects that meet that significant threshold, all experts have agreed that the effects aren't in that category, and I say you should place significant weight on the expert assessment. I submit there are a number of submission points that I seek that you do not have regard to, or you disregard in terms of your consideration. And I agree with the Council's assessment of these, including the submissions by Fresh Choice Edgware and Mr Anderson, which relate to trade competition and cannot be considered by you, the panel. I have tested the points raised in those submissions, identified in the 42A report as well, that don't relate to trade competition, being traffic impact and threat to community safety, but there's no evidence before you at this stage regarding those points. Woolworths aren't seeking that as a panel you strike out submissions, but we're saying you can't, or I'm saying, sorry, you should not have regard to and shouldn't consider those submission points because they fall foul of the trade competition restrictions. Beyond the council evidence, there's evidence in relation to transport and urban design has been received on behalf of Ms O'Connell and Mr Steadmont, and Ms Peppick is here today as well. I've put here they appear to be tenants or occupants of the property addressed in their submissions, and I may need to clarify that through closing submissions, but I've just based that off the address for service of Ms O'Connell in her submission, which was an immediately adjoining property on the same side of Madras to the subject site. But in reading Ms Peppick's submissions over the weekend, potentially her clients are, well, it sounds like they're actually across the road in a different property. So I may need to, I'll explore, or I'll listen through the week, but may need to correct that.
I can clarify that right now if you wish. They do normally reside at 4A3 in separate units, which is directly across from where the Madras Street northern access would be. Right now, you probably noticed on your site visit, where they normally live is wrapped up in plastic because it's having earthquake repairs.
Okay, so that's
So at the time that Ms O'Connell lodged her submission, she's living further down Madras Street on the same side as the supermarket, but she owns the property at one of the properties at 483 and has lived there for 17 years, I think.
That's a helpful clarification. I just wanted to explain why I put they appear to be tenants, because it was just based on that address for service point.
Okay, thank you.
102, and I've touched on this earlier in questions around what's the relevance of these alternative connections. The applicant, Woolworths, does not own the land required to deliver those connections, and they're therefore not part of the proposal, and the proposal needs to be assessed on the merits based on what's before you. That's my submission point on that point. The applicant acknowledges the submitter's desire for that improved permeability, but fundamentally it's our case that they cannot be delivered through this consenting process. The relevance to you in my submission is that there's evidence before you, Mr Rossiter, Mr Church and Mr Cleese, confirming the transport and access arrangements are safe, appropriate and support that well-functioning urban environment. And in the absence of any identified adverse effects of significant magnitude, I say there's no basis upon which consent should be declined on that basis. Conditions we can no doubt explore through the course of the week. There's a version attached to Mr. Cleese's evidence which draws on the 42A report version, and there I've just outlined a suggested batting order for the team as we work through the evidence on behalf of Woolworths, but I'm happy to take feedback, of course, and direction on that, but suggest we start with the corporate evidence and then set the scene of the proposal with transport, landscape, urban design before we move to the more assessment, briefs, economics, acoustic, servicing that includes the contamination, and then the planning. The remainder of my submissions is a conclusion tying off those points. But happy to take any further questions either now or through the course of the case for the applicant.
Just get a second to check my notes. I think you've covered off most of my questions this morning. So, but just around the ODP, in relation to connections, and I understand your evidence around land ownership being a major constraint there, being able to provide that. Is it not often common that an ODP will cover areas of land with multiple owners, and the general process is each owner will do their bit, if you like, within the ODP, and eventually the outcome will be achieved? In this case, has there any thought been given to enabling future connections? Obviously the loading bay's right in the way there and stuff like that. So I'm keen, and it may not be you to answer this question, I might go to corporate, around the thought process around trying to achieve or leave opportunities, I suppose, for the ODP to be further achieved through other landowners.
Yeah, no, I understand the question, and the team, it's helpful that we'll be able to hear it too, because it touches on a few different disciplines. Yeah. Mr. Shell can address it. Woolworths is certainly open to, within the constraints of their site, ensuring that future development can potentially integrate or whatever may come in the future. So it's certainly not Woolworths' intention to sort of have a closed door to that, is my understanding and are my instructions. In a practical sense, it's potentially more likely on lot 3 than lot 4 due to that loading dock point that you raised. But yeah, my instructions are there's certainly not a desire to close off from those potentials. It's just that they're not on the table at the moment and they're not part of this proposal. But once Mr. Shell's been introduced as evidence, he might have some thoughts on that. To the first part of your question, I certainly agree that it's common for ODPs to touch on broader land ownership and seek to deliver the broader intentions through separate applications for separate landowners.
I've got a couple of requests and one question. The question is regarding paragraph 46 and the managing of adverse effects at the interface with adjacent zoning. And just checking that obviously that includes the boundaries around the site, but that would also include the section of the properties on the opposite side of Madras Street in terms of
Oh, I see, no, that's right, so Madras Street wouldn't prevent, restrict the need to undertake that.
Yes, so the zone is would be the adjoining sites.
Yep.
And within the block, and then the opposite section.
No, I agree.
And then with requests, I'd just like to signal if it were at all possible to have a version of this plan, but with some aerial imagery of the opposite, so we can see the opposite properties and their driveways and the numbers of those properties.
Yeah.
And ideally, if there was a way of identifying where the power poles were on that frontage, but you may, I mean, it may be that you end up providing it in reply, but if the earlier that it could be provided, the more helpful that would be, I think.
No, that's useful, and the team at the back have hopefully heard the request, but there is, I have seen a plan showing power poles, so I'm sure that'll be possible.
Yeah, I mean, it may be that you can direct, someone will be able to direct us to that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
And then the other request has just come up, in terms of the batting order. On the schedule, we've got Mr. Rossiter tomorrow morning, which I would, if I do get a chance to get at, albeit that it could just be joining the traffic heading out of town immediately at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I would quite like to have a chance, if Mr. Rossiter does end up tomorrow morning, that sort of serves me quite well in terms of my getting the best sense of the context.
No, absolutely, that's helpful. So just so I can make sure we make that happen, would you be thinking about going out to this evening traffic at the end of tomorrow?
Or today, if I could.
Oh, today, yeah, sure.
Just so that I can...
Yeah.
Because clearly, the Sunday afternoon traffic is a completely different situation to... Yeah.
No, I understand. That's I'll keep an eye on how we go, but that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll stick to the script as provided.
Yeah. Okay.
I've got one, just in paragraph 66 where you talk about what the Supreme Court, and I just wanted to check whether this is a quote from the Supreme Court when they concluded that there would be an effect that had to be a gutting or destroying of the centre. Is that actually the...
Yeah, it is,
okay.
and I'll expand on it in closing if I may, because it's not in the text, but I was directly quoting from the case, which was the words gutted and destroyed. Okay. And I intentionally picked those words out of the case, and that they're very, very strong. And that's the Upper Hutt case. But I can provide those references if that would help. Yeah.
So in essence, well, I'm asking you, but is it in essence an amenity effect?
Yes, it becomes an amenity effect because of the impact of that reduction in trade has. It turns into an amenity and probably social effect. Yeah. In a way, it's a secondary effect from that initial economic trade competition. Act. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. All right. We have gone a wee bit over, but we'll come back at 5:02.
5:02. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll start again. So we'll start again. So sorry if this microphone is very sensitive and picks up any discussions. So we'll start now. Thank you. Right.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll move now to the witnesses. So for each witness, we've we'll ask them to prepare a summary statement. So we'll circulate that, but again, don't want to create a paper war, so don't want them, you've got them here. Ms Brown might just make a pile in case anyone in the room wants a copy. So we'll move now to the corporate evidence from Mr Shaw.
Thank you. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. So I have prepared a brief summary of evidence. There is no new material here. This is essentially a condensed version of the key points. I was going to refer to the paragraph number in my original, but if you already have a copy, I won't do that.
If you can, when you go through this, so perhaps we might mark up the
No problem.
numbers. Yeah, thank you.
I will do. So my name is Daniel Shao. I'm a development manager at Woolworths. I am the company's representative for the proposed development. In my summary, I will outline the corporate rationale for this development, our response to the council and community's feedback, and why we believe the proposal will positively serve the St Albans and Itchy communities. Just to confirm if everyone can hear me, okay. Okay. So, paragraph 3 of my statement, which refers to paragraph 9 of my original evidence. Woolworths operates over 180 supermarkets nationwide and employs over 20,000 people across our stores and support offices. We have a long history of working with communities and councils to deliver developments that enable community well-being, while also ensuring that our supermarkets are functional and successful in the communities in which they are located. Paragraph 11, supermarkets need to be located close to the catchments they serve. It's more convenient for our customers and therefore more efficient and sustainable for a supermarket to be centrally located within a residential catchment. Supermarkets rely on convenient access and are typically located on arterial and collector roads. Safe and efficient traffic and pedestrian movements for customers and service vehicles are an essential part of any supermarket design. Ensuring a high level of convenience and amenity for our customers is also at the forefront of any design brief. Arriving at a particular design involves very thoughtful balancing of a range of factors, including the functional and operational requirements of the supermarket, health and safety considerations for our team and customers, and convenient and intuitive store and car parking layout. A successful supermarket will provide both short and long-term economic and employment opportunities for an area, as well as wider flow-on effects for the communities they serve. Now move on to paragraph 15. St Albans and Edgware have experienced significant housing infill and intensification in recent years. We have identified strong demand for a full-service supermarket to service this catchment. Paragraph 18. A full-service supermarket requires a substantial area of developable land, a favourable shape factor, and good access. Such opportunities are extremely limited in this catchment, as there are no vacant, commercially zoned sites of a suitable size available. The site represents the only realistic opportunity to address the existing and future demand for a full-service supermarket in this area. Paragraph 21. The site has long been earmarked as a proposed commercial centre, and the current zoning already anticipates commercial and retail uses, including a supermarket. This level of positive planning recognition contrasts with several recent examples in Christchurch and Selwyn, where new supermarkets had to be consented in out-of-zone locations, and the examples I gave include Woolworths in Farringdon, which is south of Rolleston, Pack and Save in Rolleston, and Pack and Save in Papanui. Fundamentally, the district plan already recognises the need for and appropriateness of a supermarket-based centre. The proposal delivers just that, and in a way that responds to both current and future needs of the community. Paragraph 25.
Do you mind if I just ask you a question or a couple of questions as we go? Or would you rather I save them up for the whatever suits you? Okay. Now, just in that, what I'm trying to understand is in terms of the response to, in 11 there you're saying the way it responds to both current and future needs of the community. So how do you gauge that? Does Woolworths engage with the community in any way, directly, or?
We have a network planning function that's in-house that goes through various catchments, and broadly there are greenfield growth catchments where there might not be a lot of people today, but we anticipate in 3, 5, 10 years' time there could be demand for a supermarket. So those are greenfield opportunities, such as in the likes of Rolleston. In the case of St Albans, this is very much an existing cap in the network. As a rule of thumb, you need about 8,000 to 10,000 people to support a full-service supermarket, and there is clearly that population base today.
Okay.
So that's essentially a catchment planning exercise.
All right. So you don't hold public meetings or anything like that to engage with the community prior to.
At the initial network planning stage, no. It's typically through the resource consent process, whether it's a publicly notified application or otherwise.
Okay. One of the reasons, and it's a question that I've talked to the economists about, but in terms of there are a number of submissions that say we don't need it. We've got lots. We've got 3 Woolworths in the vicinity, we've got the Fresh Choice, etc., etc. We don't need another full service supermarket. Now, I understand the discussions about growth and those sorts of things, but so you don't engage with the community about whether they need or want a supermarket to get that feedback. Apart from obviously through the notification process and public process that this is.
Not sure if that's a question, but I guess there is always a variety of views within the community as to whether they think a supermarket is needed or not, whether we don't have enough supermarket or whether there are too many, or what brand of supermarkets they may prefer, or the format or the design of the supermarket. So there is always inevitably a variety of views. In terms of, I think it's this, from our perspective, it's a no-brainer. I think certainly there, we acknowledge the submissions has been received, but we also believe there is a silent majority who do see the benefit and the need of a supermarket, and it has been reported in the newspapers. This is seen as I can't remember the term, is that a vacuum of a supermarket of.
Did you have something different? No. Okay, we'll carry on. Thanks for that.
I think I was at paragraph 11.
Yeah.
Fundamentally, the district plan already recognises the need for and appropriateness of a supermarket-based centre. The proposal delivers just that, and in a way that responds to both current and future needs of the community. At 25, the proposal has been carefully designed to meet the functional and operational requirements of a modern supermarket, while also addressing many of the site's specific development constraints. It presents a comprehensive solution to these challenges, enabling a much needed regeneration of this derelict brownfield site. I now turn to the section response to submissions and section 42A report, which is paragraph 29. The application was publicly notified at Woolworths' request. The issues raised in the submissions have been carefully considered and addressed through expert evidence. As a general observation, and in my experience, new supermarkets are, by and large, welcomed by the community. Most residents recognise the wider benefits associated with improved convenience and increased choice, albeit new developments often attract objections from immediate neighbours due to concerns regarding perceived localised effects on amenity. In this case, it's notable that there are very few opposing submissions from the immediate neighbours and none from people whose properties share a common boundary with the site. I consider this a testament to the effort that went into the design of the proposal to ensure that it's well integrated with its surrounds and that any effects on amenity appropriately managed. In terms of the submission from the operator of the existing Fresh Choice supermarket in Edgware, I note that Fresh Choice and Woolworths are both brands under the same parent company, but they operate with different models. Fresh Choice stores are independently run franchises supported by head office for wholesale access and marketing, but effectively operating as independent businesses. More broadly, is that paragraph 34. A range of supermarket brands and formats are available to customers. Each brand and format maintains a unique point of difference to meet varying customer needs and priorities, such as convenience, range, service offerings, or price. This allows Fresh Choice and Woolworths and other brands, despite being direct competitors, to successfully coexist by serving different customer needs and preferences. I now turn to the Section 42A report. I note that the Council's own economic evidence acknowledges that there is currently very limited supermarket supply within the catchment and considers that a supermarket in the proposed location will better accommodate anticipated growth, improve benefits to the local community by reducing travel requirements, create a more efficient network and encourage competitive pricing in a local market. The Section 42A report places minimal emphasis on these positive effects of a full-service supermarket. It also overlooks the fact that the status quo offers no benefit to the community and fails to align with the site's zoned intent. I consider those adverse effects identified in the Section 42A report have been overstated, while the positive effects have been understated or ignored. While I disagree with the conclusion of the Section 42A report and consider the proposal merits approval in its notified form, we have elected to modify the access configuration, enhance the proposed landscaping and reduce the size of the main pylon site in response to many of its recommendations. So I now turn to my conclusion. The proposal addresses a clear and growing demand for full-service supermarket in an identified commercial centre. The design reflects modern retail requirements and prioritises public safety and amenity. It actively contributes to the regeneration of a long-standing brownfield site aligning with key planning objectives. We firmly believe that evidence demonstrates that the proposal will provide significant and lasting positive effects for the St Albans and Edgware community, and that these benefits substantially outweigh any potential adverse effects. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions, if that's okay. Firstly, you referred to, in response to the question, the network planning phase, which is that early phase of understanding if there's demand or need for full-size, full-scale, full-service supermarket. At what point do the planning implications come in terms of zoning and things like that? Because in one of your paragraphs you talk about the need for health and safety, convenience for customers, and car park layout, etc. like that. When is a planning lens put over the network planning sort of phase?
The likes of operational and functional requirements and car parking layout, those are site-specific design considerations. In terms of the process we typically go through, network planning is largely a desktop exercise based on demographic information. And at that initial stage, we very much look at different catchments, primary trade catchments and secondary trade catchments, and then it maybe got some overlap. But at that stage, we typically identify a catchment where a supermarket is needed. And the next step, so that I guess our internal network planners, they're not particularly concerned with the zoning of sites. They may or may not have awareness of those, but it's very much at a catchment level. They are concerned with accessibility, access to the wider arterial network, so they may apply a lens through that. But after we've identified which catchments have demand for a supermarket, we then take it to the next level in terms of identifying suitable locations, and that's where considerations such as planning is indeed a very key consideration at that stage. But that's considered alongside, availability of infrastructure, accessibility at a more fine-grained level, ownership considerations, and commercial feasibility. If I may add that I've referred to a couple of, actually 3 examples in Christchurch and Selwyn, where in the case of Rolleston, I believe the land was at that time rurally zoned, but with a fast-track consent for residential use. I think that's an example where planning hadn't quite proactively caught up with the growth that happened there. Similarly, Pack and Save, I believe, when it was consented, it was a pretty obvious location to a supermarket operator as an ideal site, but the zoning wasn't reflective of its desired use. And I believe in the case of Papanui, Pack and Save, that's industrial, but obviously there are distribution uses associated with that. So I guess what those examples illustrate is that the ideal location for a supermarket don't often align with planning. And in this instance, it's actually a very rare example where you have land that's of a sufficient size that doesn't currently contain a lot of improvements, that happens to have, in our view, a very appropriate set of planning framework for a supermarket. It's very, very rare in our experience.
Thank you. Can you point to any sort of local examples in sort of Canterbury region, because that's what I know best maybe, where there's a full service supermarket and a top-up one in reasonably close proximity and how they operate? Use an example from elsewhere too. But.
think examples that, I'm probably thinking out loud here, but in Auckland, Glen Eden and Kelston, that's West Auckland, there is a substantial Woolworths that's part of, I guess, a suburban mall. That's located in Kelston, and within a similar sort of distance to what we're talking about here, there is a Fresh Choice supermarket in the suburb of Glen Eden. Everything falls on a spectrum, but a typical shopper going into Fresh Choice might have a handful of goods or a basket of goods, whereas a typical shopper going into Woolworths might have a trolley full of goods. So that's one example I can think of.
Would another be the Avonhead Fresh Choice with the Woolworths at the airport, Christchurch?
Avonhead is actually a Woolworths, but that is a modest-sized Woolworths, whereas the airport Woolworths is also a modest-sized Woolworths.
Does size determine the branding, if you like, in terms of, is there a minimum floor level for a Woolworths as opposed to a Fresh Choice, or are they quite different beasts? Just trying to understand the difference.
Yes, so there are many exceptions to the rule, and in fact Christchurch has the two outliers in terms of Fresh Choice branding. So for example, Merivale and Barrington Fresh Choice, they are among the largest in our fleet. But typically Woolworths is what we would describe as a full line or full service supermarket. The starting point is around the 3,500 square metre GFA. Sometimes when we go, so say Church Corner would be a classic example of a full service Woolworths. Fresh Choice would be anywhere from 800 square metres to 1,200. The other brand we had previously, and they're in the process of being rebranded to Fresh Choice as Super Value. Those typically are more equivalent in size to a 4 square. So because through that process, I guess you now have an even wider spectrum of very small Fresh Choices, all the way up to the likes of Merivale and Barrington. But going forward, it's very unlikely to see a substantial Fresh Choice because of that distinction we're trying to create.
Okay. Is the ownership or management structure different from a Woolworths to a Fresh Choice? I note in your evidence you talked about the Fresh Choices being individual businesses. Are the Woolworths individual businesses as such, or are they? Right.
So Woolworths are corporate stores or company stores, and they're managed by a store manager who is an employee of Woolworths. Fresh Choice supermarkets, they are independent franchises.
Can you just summarise the involvement of Woolworths and whether it's predecessors or whatever in terms of this land? How long has it been involved with looking at developing on this land, and what processes apart from this one has it been involved in? And if it's in your knowledge, otherwise Mr. Leakin can...
I wasn't personally involved in the site acquisition process or the negotiations, but as I understand it, at the time of the site acquisition, the land was owned by, so what we currently own is actually in two separate ownerships by two different parties. As part of that site acquisition, which happened would have been about 3 years ago. Obviously the negotiations went on for a period of time. At that time, one of the owners, Dragon Wind Limited, they wanted to retain, with reference to this plan, Lot 4 and Lot 3. We agreed to that, and the purchase was completed on that basis.
Good. Just one of the submitters, I can't recall which one, talked about, is it GNL distributors or GNL distribution? Is that associated with what?
Correct. So GDL, General Distributors Limited,
Right.
is a wholly owned subsidiary of Woolworths New Zealand. The terms are often used interchangeably, but they are effectively not the same.
And there was was there an application, and again, if it's easier for you, Mr. to cover it, but was there a previous application for a supermarket on that site?
Sorry, on this site?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge. I believe the previous owners have progressed various plans, including perhaps plans that involved a supermarket.
Yeah.
But I don't believe any of them have reached the resource consenting stage.
Okay. And you have touched on it, but we're just trying to understand what the difference is between a top-up and a full service, shopping, essentially. And basically a symptom or defined by quantity, is it?
Well, the most obvious difference is probably the format or the look and feel of that supermarket, a full-line supermarket, as I refer to the church corner example. That's what you would expect to see, and the size of that supermarket allows a much wider range of stock to be stocked, and it typically has much better and more efficient loading arrangements, which allows much bigger trucks to deliver goods. The economy of scale is important, and related to the size of the supermarket is its relationship with car parking. So typically with a full service supermarket, you expect to see a proportionately sized car park, which, as I understand it, if it was, say, an independent store, there may be more flexibility around the location of the car parks, for example.
Do you have a sense of the difference in average spend in those between a full service and a top-up?
We don't have, yes we do, obviously this is commercially sensitive, but we do have data on the average size of basket or average size of each transaction for Woolworths stores, but we don't have that information, or I'm not privy to the information on the smaller Fresh Choice stores.
So it's size, and with that comes the ability to have a greater range of products in a full service supermarket.
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, another matter that's raised in a number of submissions is, to use a broad expression, but the sort of changes in the retailing sector with click and collect, home deliveries, and those sorts of things. How does that is that now factored into your overall sort of design process for supermarkets? Is it that
Yes, so in terms of, I guess, under the broad umbrella of online, there are two key aspects to that. One is the home delivery service, and one is the click and collect online pickup, I guess. So the former is customers in both cases engage with our online shopping website, but they have the option of getting those delivered to their homes with those little, what we call courier trucks, those small countdown trucks, Woolworths trucks. Alternative option is to drive up to the store, typically the store that's closest to where they live, to pick up the goods. And in this case, we don't have any online delivery provisions or facilities within this development. And the reason for that is because in Christchurch that is already been catered for through our Belfast store, which serves north of Christchurch and Waimakariri, and also Morehouse store, which serves, Selwyn and south of Christchurch. So it's much more efficient to have those centralised facility to meet those home delivery requirements. But there is still demand for these pickup offers, and I guess there's always a fee charge associated with home deliveries, whereas for pickup, there isn't that additional charge. So throughout our stores network, you might see a spectrum of those pickup lockers. Those basically we try to retrofit our online facility into existing stores where there are very limited options spatially, all the way to these more intentional or fit-for-purpose pickup facilities. And a consequence of that is with the increase of online, the store, we would like to future-proof growth in online by having generously sized stores. And the reason for that is you'll have, at any one time, you'll have supermarket staff picking orders in these trolleys, and they share the same aisles as customers. So that's another thing we have to factor in, how to make sure that there's minimal congestion so as to maintain customer need.
Is that growth in online shopping taken into account in terms of your car parking numbers and those sorts of things as well, or at this stage?
Not necessarily. We, wherever possible, want to provide designated spaces for online parks, and they range anywhere from a couple of spaces to 8. In this case, I think we have 6 spaces. Those spaces are typically located directly in front of the store. But in terms of overall car parking numbers, it's more driven by the GFA.
Okay. There was a submitter, and I'm sorry, I can't recall the name, but I can find it, but if it's relevant, but it raised the issue of 2 Woolworths supermarkets closing in Auckland. Do you recall seeing that submission?
I do recall seeing it. I can't remember. I do remember there was a submitter with a more lengthy submission that included a link to a news article. I guess without a lot of commentary as to what the implications were they're trying to convey, but I do recall seeing a reference to that.
Okay, but you don't know you don't know much more about that than what you've read in the evidence in the link.
I'm aware of instances where we have made a decision to close the supermarket, but that's driven by a variety of reasons, such as I guess there is an example in Te Atatu where our lease was expiring, and it was acquired by a different party, and they decided not to renew our lease. So that was the reason. And there could be a variety of reasons.
Okay, so in terms of location of supermarkets, and you've perhaps talked about that in your evidence and where they need to be, etc. I'm just trying to understand how the ones that are located on Morehouse Avenue, for example, how they fit into that sort of structure of the location of supermarkets. Is that because of the arterial roading, or is it? Because they're not well, sorry, clumsy and a messy question, but they're not situated in residential areas.
There could be, I guess, we want to be located close to where there is a residential catchment. There is, sometimes it may be on the edge of the catchment, sometimes it may be in between a couple of reasonably well-defined catchments. Other times it could be, while it might not be directly located within a catchment, but the design of the roading network and access to that network is such that people travelling in and out of that catchment go past that, and perhaps Commissioner Fraser, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the tower in Wellington. That's essentially an isolated island on the motorway off-ramp. So I guess that's not located within, rather it's at the edge or gateway to the residential catchment. It really, they do fall on a spectrum. And I think the nature of a supermarket changes if it's sort of sitting in a more isolated location. It's seen less as a suburban supermarket. It might be function of what's available at the time. Putting all of those aside, there are also examples of supermarkets that may be located within a sub-regional centre within a mall, or within a large format retail centre, so they do form a spectrum.
Yeah, I've got a number of sort of operational type questions just while we've got you to explain. But I suppose my first question is just from the operational side, what the driving reasons are for having the car park at the front of the sites. Sort of generally, that's a common theme, isn't it? And just what, from your perspective, why that's desirable?
Certainly. I think visibility and accessibility.
Yeah.
I guess just keep in mind this is a mid-block site as opposed to I guess a corner site, or in some cases it might, a site might have 3 road frontages. I guess a challenge there with, if it had 3 frontages, the challenge there might be how do you mitigate the visual impact of, say, 2 of the facades that can't be effectively sleeved or screened. But in this case, essentially there is it's enough that it's it's just the right size with one road frontage. And our customers, when they drive along the road, they like to see the car park, they like to see how full the car park is, they like to have good visibility of the access points. They sometimes make the decision as to, okay, do I pop into the supermarket now or do I do it later, depending on how busy the supermarket is. So I guess those are the non-technical reasons, almost, you know, through lived experience as to why we do that.
Moving on to the sort of staff parking, and I'm curious, there's some numbers around the total number of staff that will be employed, but just a sense of how many staff might be on site at one time, and then the management of those, of parking, yeah.
Certainly. So we referred to 80 to 100 staff. Those are, I guess, full-time and part-time staff, but not all of them will be on site at any one time. At its busiest, it might have somewhere in the order of 40 staff on site, but those are probably the busiest periods. Other times, you know, early morning or late evening, the number will be substantially less. In terms of the management of staff parking, this is, you know, more site specific. I think if there is an abundance of off-site parks and you know, if that doesn't raise any issues in practice, people do that. But we, you know, if that requires closer management. For example, if there are no staff car parks, then we might, no publicly available staff parks outside of the site, we might designate spaces on site.
Presumably, if you've got, well, I mean, in this case, we've got some spaces that would be designated all the time for staff use only, but if there was any flexible use of parking by staff, presumably times like Easter and whatever, they're given a directive to park off-site. Would that be right?
Or carpooling, or find alternative ways. Look, those are perhaps operational decisions that are dealt with, I guess, practically and on a site-specific basis. But in this instance, the designated car parking spaces are all driven by queuing distance considerations. In reality, the store manager might direct staff to park, you know, in the spaces that are furthest away from the store, so to leave those for our customers.
Yeah. Then, in terms of distribution, where is the distribution centre for supplying the supermarkets in Christchurch? Is there a distribution centre in the Christchurch area, or?
Yes, Christchurch is reasonably fortunate in that you know, we only have one fresh and one. We have two distribution centres, and one in Christchurch and one in Selwyn. So both, I guess, at a you know, supermarket logistics point of view, pretty close to the site. The same distribution centres also service the rest of the South Island, as you can imagine.
Yeah. No, that's good. And do you have a sense of how those trucks what direction they would approach and depart the site from, or could it be either? You know, are they going to be coming northbound along Madras or southbound along Madras? Do you already have a feel for that based on where this site will fit within other sites that they might be moving around within the city?
Look, it's we always design a route that is as efficient as possible as to you know, how do you reduce travel distance to serve the maximum number of supermarkets and in what sequence, and that scheduling and timetabling is you know, reviewed from time to time. I'm not sure if Mr. Rossiter may have a view, but it really depends on the, I guess, the, it's a public road network, I guess, will just obey those rules. And they change from time to time in terms of, access directions.
Yeah, so at this stage you're wanting to have the option of access from either direction, all turns basically for those largest trucks.
Correct. So our brief is to design, the vehicle access is designed to cater for all scenarios.
And then while we're still on loading, in terms of the loading area that's shown, I can see there's a circle shown for truck turning, but is this arrangement one that you've got elsewhere in terms of a sort of the access, the turning circle, and the in and out of that loading bay, or is this a site specific to this site?
Well, there are always, I guess, standards we need to meet, but everything is also obviously adjusted to be appropriate for this site. But in terms of the truck turning circle, 30-metre radius, that is, yes, that is what we require. And it's often challenging to accommodate that on the site because it does take up a lot of space.
Yeah, because this is sort of allowing for that turning of the truck moving in a circle through that space rather than reversing back into
absolutely. It always needs to leave the loading bay in a forward direction.
Yeah. I think that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Okay, just no, I appreciate your role as specialising in new supermarkets and deliveries, but I'm just trying to understand whether you can just talk me through what happens outside the hours of operation on supermarket sites in general terms.
Outside of
the hours of opening, outside the opening hours.
Any specialty tenancies, their operating hours will likely be within the, I guess, window of the supermarket, so they won't typically operate outside of the supermarket.
No. It's really what happens on in the supermarket site. You've got, I know you've got controls on deliveries and those sorts of things, but what happens at night? Is the restocking, are there people coming in for that? Is that sort of thing?
Okay, so typically the bakery people, might be a small handful of them, they would arrive well before the supermarket officially opens, as you would expect. And typically, staff might stay behind for another half an hour or so just to clean up. So I guess outside of the supermarket operating hours, it will be low level of activity to prepare, basically get the supermarket ready and close it down. Yeah.
And restocking the shelves and those sorts of things?
Restocking, it may happen during operating hours, or it's possible. It's more of an operational matter that I'm not too familiar with.
Okay.
You may have visited supermarkets during certain periods and you see boxes on the floor, and that's, I guess, when restocking is taking place.
Yeah. Okay, I'll just check, but I don't think there was anything more. No, that was all I had. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll call Mr. Brown now. We'll just shuffle it. Yeah. Mr. Brown's done a summary statement as well, which I've been questions about. So,
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Please take us through that.
Good morning. As noted, my name's Mark Brown. I'm a registered landscape architect. I'll start, I guess, and go through the key points. And I'm happy to have any questions along the way.
Okay, thank you.
As that helps. The proposed Woolworths supermarket site is located on Madras Street, Smallmans, and it occupies a long vacant brownfield site formerly used by Orion. The site comprises hard stand areas, grass patches, and a mix of recently removed mature self-seeded exotic trees, which included willow, silver birch, and poplar species. And I think if you've been there in the last day or so, you would have seen stumps rather than those trees. So there's a single mature Cordyline australis or Jacoca cabbage tree on the western boundary, just adjacent to Madras Street there, and no trees on the site are protected. The surrounding environment is predominantly residential, characterised by medium density townhouse developments with small private garden areas. To the east, the Korean Presbyterian Church contributes open space primarily in the form of hardstand and car park. The proposal includes a 5,500 square metre supermarket with supplementary retail and online shopping facilities supported by 222 car parks. The building is located at the rear of the site with car park fronting Madras Street and 2 vehicular access points. Number 7, pedestrian access is prioritised through a central covered east-west walkway and a secondary canopy along the building's frontage. Landscaping includes perimeter planting with trees at minimum 10 metre spacing, hedges and planting islands within the car park. A 290 square metre park plaza adjacent to the retail units offers a sheltered public amenity space, enhancing the overall site experience. The proposal's landscape design balances operational supermarket requirements with maximised planting opportunities. Planting is concentrated around the site perimeter to soften views into the site and enhance visual amenity. A predominantly indigenous plant palette is proposed, with exotic species used for accent and tolerance to site conditions. The plaza features stepped seating walls, raised garden and lawn areas, a specimen tree for shade, and movable cafe seating. Its orientation and screening built form enable a space sheltered from prevailing winds. This amenity space is a distinctive feature, offering a level of public landscape integration not commonly found in Christchurch supermarket developments. The site spans the neighbourhood centre zone and the residential medium density zone. The landscape design applies the neighbourhood central zone tree planting rules consistently across the site and planting strips along all boundaries. Proposed specimen trees more than meet the required minimum sizes, and acoustic and boundary fencing is provided to screen service areas. Despite differing from the outlined development plan, the proposal achieves comparable landscape outcomes through quality planting and public space provision. Submissions raise concern about a loss of perceived green space. The current site offers limited landscape value with unmanaged low quality vegetation. The proposal replaces this with a publicly accessible landscaped commercial space. My response to the 42A reports, Mr. Leakey before mentioned just the, I guess the elements that have been agreed and incorporated in terms of Mr. Head's response. I haven't noted these in the summary, but I'm happy to go through those if you would like as well.
I think
go through the differences.
That would be helpful, whether you do that now or if you have to finish your...
I'll finish this and then we can go through them. So the Section 42A report adopts the findings of the landscape memorandum prepared by Christchurch City Council's consultant landscape architect, Jeremy Head. While the majority of the recommended conditions have been incorporated into the updated landscape design report, which is appended to the evidence, 3 points of disagreement remain. I do not agree with the recommendation to use pool-style fencing to the south and east boundaries adjacent to detention tank areas to improve amenity for adjoining residential properties. I consider the proposed 1.8 metre high lapped and capped timber paling fence as more appropriate, both in terms of visual integration with typical residential boundaries and in combination with the proposed boundary planting. I consider the visually permeable pool-style fencing unsuitable for these locations. I do not support the suggestion to paint the 3 metre high acoustic fence in recessive colours. A natural timber finish is preferred as it will weather over time to achieve a recessive appearance. The fence will also be screened by hedge planting in publicly accessible areas. The recommendation to increase the number of trees between the proposed building and the south and eastern boundaries is not feasible. The proposed layout accommodates proposed above-ground stormwater detention tanks and ensures compliance with the NCZ minimum tree spacing requirements. Additional trees would compromise the number of tanks and the required stormwater storage volume. The landscape memorandum prepared by Christchurch City Council's consultant landscape architect Jeremy Head is broadly supportive of the design rationale, and the majority of the recommended design conditions have been incorporated into the updated landscape design report. Accordingly, we propose the following landscape-related conditions of consent, and that they are the public realm and landscape areas associated with the proposal are implemented in accordance with the updated landscape design report, and that specimen trees must be planted to the specified bag sizes and heights in the locations shown on the approved drawings. The proposed landscape design for the proposal provides a considered balance between operational requirements, landscape quality and site constraints. The proposed design maintains a high standard of amenity while addressing practical limitations and significantly improves the amenity of the existing brownfield site. So in terms of the elements that have been updated in response to Mr. Head's proposed conditions, I'll read from my evidence and the response to Section 42A report.
What paragraph?
Starting at 52. Of the proposed draft consent conditions recommended by consultant landscape architect Jeremy Head on behalf of the Christchurch City Council as part of the Section 42A report, most are able to be incorporated in the updated landscape design report. For completeness, I respond to the recommended conditions as follows. So the landscaping generally. First A was plant spacings, and the requirement for plant spacings to be added to the plant pallet species list of the updated landscape design report. So that essentially just dictated what the spacings were required between various species, and that's predominantly ground cover, low shrub and hedging species. An annotated cross-section of the car park planting strips. So annotated cross-sections illustrating the arrangement of tree planting and proposed tree pit soil volumes have been added to page 12 of the landscape design report. And that was in relation to understanding the amount of, soil and content that was available for trees to be able to grow in the landscape garden beds that are at the end of each aisle of car parking. An increase in numbers and species of trees in the car park. So the landscape plan and a number of the concept plans and the planting pallet species list have been updated and amended to include increased areas of planting beds and tree plantings associated with the north car park entry to Madras Street, and to incorporate trees centrally to each aisle, as well as those already proposed at each aisle. Tree species proposed in the car park have been amended with smaller Pseudopanax crassifolius paroica lancewood replaced by the mid-sized Magnolia grandiflora blanchard, which is specified elsewhere on site.
Is it right if I jump in and ask?
Sure.
Yeah, being a planner, I sometimes struggle just understanding exactly how many trees and
Yeah.
stuff, and I'm keen to understand how many trees. I understand the perimeter.
Yeah.
We've got some questions about that later, but actually in the car park, in these, sorry, I'm not gonna say.
Sure.
In these green, how many mid-sized, decent-sized trees in total are there in there?
I'll have to count them. I know that it's
It's a ballpark, you know.
I know that it's 78, I think, overall. That's the whole thing, but in the middle, it would be, I can't quickly in my head. It's around 20, yeah. Between 20 and 25, depending on what you count as the middle, yeah.
Is that, in my day-to-day life, I go to a lot of car parks, but car parks, not just supermarkets, but other ones, and you see sometimes a really good number of trees, and once they get established, it actually, I think it has a really good positive amenity to a car park area. Is 20 odd trees in a car park this area, is that reasonably standard in your experience?
It is. Generally, it depends on the type of car park and the business operating. And I guess this car park is slightly different in that it's separated in the middle as well by the covered walkway, the covered pedestrian access, which breaks things up. And I think in terms of the arrangement that is now showing with the revised consent conditions, it's got quite strong perimeter planting, stronger than a lot of cases, so more trees to add to the ones that are in the middle. I prefer the trees being on the end of the aisles for the reason that often when they're in between car parks, and you will have seen this, is that they get battered when they're in those funny little diamond shapes. And as part of our consideration and updating of the design, there was a bit of work done to ensure that we could include some of those trees in the middle, so the addition of 5 through the centre of it as well. So that they can actually be in planting beds that sit behind the trolley bays that are relatively well protected, so that they will actually grow and provide some decent amenity and I guess visual appearance as part of that car park. I think it's fairly consistent with what you would find in a range of I guess developments of this scale and size.
Thank you, so
No, that's right.
I'll just carry on with those questions if that's okay. What sort of ratio is that to trees to car park? Because I've seen various ratios used, 1 to 5, 1 to 7.
Something that I've calculated. I would have to go back and figure that out. Yeah, and it depends on whether you're including, I guess, the boundary ones and I guess the perimeter planting around the car park as well. If you were to do that, how many car parks? 222. 222. Yeah. It's probably in the vicinity, if you're including the perimeter planting, it's probably in the vicinity of 1 to 3, but I would need to check that.
Okay, and if you excluded that, and again, it's not. I'll just say that when I look at this, the car park tree planting internal seems quite light.
Right.
And I haven't formed a view on that. I want your assistance on that, whether that's right or not. Compared to some other supermarket car parks, for example, that I'm familiar with.
Which plan are you looking at? Are you looking at?
Well, I'm looking. And that's one of the things. Unfortunately, we haven't got overheads. You haven't taken us through your overhead, so we're going to have to fish around to find it. But if I'm looking for a start at the overall planning document that we've been provided with.
Yeah, that probably forms a slightly different view to the actual landscape plan, which shows the trees a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I think it's consistent with what you would find in developments of this nature.
Okay. Can you just for me, anyway, if you could just take me through your attachments, just so that we can talk about those as you go.
Sure. So which part would you like to
we'll start.
Is there anything in particular?
No, we'll start with, so these are the revised version D, 18 July 2025.
Yes, yep.
That's got the updates in it.
That's right, yes.
Right, okay. So in terms of the tree pits, for example, just talk me through that, what that is now.
So I guess there's been queries through this this process, and it was as part of actually the urban design panel component, and there is a standard within council around minimum widths of planting beds, and it states that a small bed should have a width of 1.5 metres, and we contest that and say that actually a width of 1 metre is sufficient, and I think from recollection in Mr Head's response he concurred with that as well. A lot of it to do with tree growth is the basis, I guess, selecting the right species, but also in terms of what the situation is beneath the ground, so the media that is provided beneath the ground, and there's various ways of doing that. Your tree bit can be elongated, so it doesn't need to be completely square. It can also have cells, and there's cell structures and things that actually provide the growing space that a tree's roots needs beneath the ground. And those things are pretty common. Like you would have seen them if you walked up, say, the Avon River precinct or with any city streets, that you'll see sort of the tree, surrounds around a tree, and it doesn't look like there's much green space, but it's actually all beneath.
Underground.
So there's a range of options there to be able to enable that.
Yeah. Is there anything about this site in particular that causes you any concerns about surviving of species, or is it a matter of picking the species?
It's part of the thought process that has gone in and selecting the species, and there's a number of requirements around that. There's a number of requirements from an operational perspective and a maintenance perspective in this particular circumstance. There is a challenges probably with the groundwater association there, so there's got to be trees that can survive those situations as well. And then there are the considerations of, I guess, of just what this is in terms of how it operates, and that it's a busy place. There's people doing lots of things, so we carefully consider the likes of where, say, trees are in the middle of the car park, is that they've got to have protection from people and cars and things like that. So the trees at the end of the aisles are a good place because you don't have cars generally going face into them or nose into or back into those all the time. And then with the ability to be able to provide the ones in the locations behind the trolley bays there, they're protected a little bit more, so they've got, and the spaces are a bit larger. Yeah.
Are there any proposed conditions of consent around ensuring that the planting thrives? I mean, I was thinking more in terms of some of the screening function of some of the planting, but it would also apply to the trees in the car park.
We haven't proposed any specific ones in terms of a duration with this. I guess what happens a lot of the time with implementation of projects like these is that there is a maintenance period associated with the landscape when it is implemented, so it gets implemented. And generally speaking, for soft landscape and trees, they range from 12 to 24 months. So you have trees going through at least 2 growing seasons, which in Christchurch is generally autumn and spring, or 24 months, which is 4 growing seasons, and then you're able to get a fairly good understanding of how well things are going and being able to address that.
Is that for street trees you're talking about there?
Well, that's generally for landscaping. Any landscape projects, they generally have a maintenance a lot of the time, particularly for soft landscaping, ensuring that it is establishing and growing well and not in decline. There is a maintenance period associated with that, and that's something that I suggest Woolworths are probably interested in anyway, because if they're paying for all this stuff to be done, you don't want it failing. No. Yeah.
So in terms of maintenance, the planting is all on site, isn't it? It's all on Woolworths land.
Yeah.
So it will remain in their ownership and control.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I just jump in on maintenance? I've got a few questions around conditions, but I might put them all together and deal with them Mr. Cleese later on, if that helps. But just in terms of down the southern boundary, where you've got the tank, so I've got two questions there. One, and I'm sure you've done the calculations, but is there enough room for these trees to survive? And
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
and this may not be a question you can answer, but hopefully be answered at some stages. When I looked at cross sections, the supermarket came straight down, and then the ground level was right across. And I'm just wondering around foundation design for this supermarket, given the water table and you know, Christchurch ground levels, and often there's river rafts and things that go beyond the footprint of a building. And I just wonder at some stage if someone could just get back to me to see if those elevations are actually accurate in terms of is there going to need to be foundations extended out towards the tanks and things like that, which could then interfere with landscaping.
We can come back on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, that could be confirmed. The thing I would say about both those side setback boundaries that you're referring to, the southern and the eastern side, is that the landscape is on the outer side of those. So that would be extending, well, I think the boundary setback on the eastern side there is like 1 metres. So you know, we'd be needing to extend probably past 3 metres for that to start to be a challenge and an
I
issue.
should just get that confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also the maintenance of the hedge. I think it's going to maintain the 2.5. I think.
Yes. Yep.
So you know, a bit above the just out of practical terms, I understand how you can do it on your side of the boundary, but the hedge will obviously grow over to the neighbours. Or is that going to be set back off the fence, or how does that?
Well, it would be against the fence, but the person in there would be, the person who's maintaining it from a Woolworths side would take the top off, but they would have to reach over the top to take that off the little bar above the top of the fence there. Yeah, yeah. Which is possible. Yeah. Shall I continue through those similar elements? Yeah. So we were up to D, which was making the spacings of the profile on the southern boundary of the site adjacent to the car park 7.5 metres, which we've incorporated into the updated design. If at the road boundary the bronze bush flax and dwarf mountain flax should form a continuous line, or some of the low-growing species should be substituted with plants that would reach 1 metre in height. So for that, we've provided a small section on one of our drawings associated with the planting strategy.
Sheet 17.
Sheet 17.
This one here.
Yeah. So an inset of how that would work, a typical section. So
okay, just so that I've got that, sheet 17.
But yeah, a footnote in the middle at the bottom is the numbering.
Yeah. So 17, yeah, starts with the insert, there's an insert typical section A planning.
Yeah.
Planning.
And really that's on Mr Head's proposed condition, it's actually more of just the ratification of the detail of what we actually already had within the design. We just hadn't placed plants essentially, so we've provided that information.
Where you've put the bubble text in each of these sheets, does that
That's
signify a change
enough.
following Mr Head's feedback?
Correct,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so if I'm looking at, and this is a bit tedious, but I want to get a good understanding of these plans. So in terms of the landscape the landscape material strategy, there's a couple of wavy lines there, or are they just boundary? That's the exposed aggregate, is it? The yellow wave, or what?
The yellow wavy line signifies that we've updated that plan to match the adjusted, I guess, layout of the car park and the entries there.
Mm.
So with the northern entry there, there's a slight change to the amount of exposed aggregate we're showing as the vehicle threshold because that entry's been adjusted.
Right, and that's the wedge at the entry there on the southern.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And what's the planting in there? In that wedge?
I can't quite see which part you're referring to.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, no, it's awkward.
That part on there, yeah. So that's a continuation of the planting that we would have along the front. And there's a range of trees in there, so there would be some tulip trees and some liquid ambers in there, and then also some native species as well.
It might be to take the commissioners to sheet 17 and just
Yeah,
explain this colour coding,
Yeah,
and
sure.
then over on sheet 18 how that comes to look like.
So you'll see that if you're on page 17,
Yep.
we've got the coloured zones with area A, B, C and so on. And they indicate which planting is being popped into each area. And then that corresponds to, if you go the next page over in the plant palette, the species that are being located
Yep.
in those areas. And then the following page has the images of each of those species as well.
Okay, and then we go to the bit where we're discussing the detail. The plan C, that's the back of house.
The appendix 1, yes, so that's the element we're just discussing before around whether there's sufficient space in terms of that setback for the tree plantings, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So from a landscape perspective, what's the purpose of the planting, say along the Madras Street? What's its primary purpose? It's obviously not screening.
It's not screening, but it is filtering of the car park, so it's not just bare open and you'll see lots and lots of cars. You'll have, I guess, up to about 1 metre, a good base along there of the flax and astelia plants with some other ground covers and things. There are trees that are proposed at each end, which are the liquid amber trees, which are, I guess, kind of indicators almost of where those entries are, and they're larger exotic species.
So they're deciduous.
Deciduous, yes. And then in the middle part between those, we have some smaller trees in there, some smaller indigenous species trees, including the Cordyline australis cabbage tree in the front setback that we're retaining, and they are Ko-Fi, and then right next to the entry, so the pedestrian entry, that's signified by some larchwoods right adjacent to that. So we've tried to use a bit of hierarchy, I guess, to be able to give an indication of where you enter the site, depending on how you're entering the site.
And no changes within the road reserve frontage?
No.
And given its current condition, like a hope that the drainage will be sorted by the on-site works, and that I guess it would be on the council to restore the berm to sort of grass.
I assume so. I guess there would have to be some agreement in terms of whatever construction happens adjacent to it and making good for the building right up to the boundary as well.
Yeah.
So
it may,
I wouldn't like to presuppose, but I'd suggest, I think from memory, the footpath is right up against the boundary. It's probably unlikely to survive completely unscathed, I would have thought, so there would need to be some make good, I suggest, out of this being constructed if it was approved.
Well, certainly there's a lot of kind of rutting and it's not good condition from the back of the footpath in, so if the boundary is there, then that helps. Yeah.
Just on that, I think the footpath would be right up to the boundary. We need to get that clarified. What sort of, is there going to be any clear, well, there's going to be landscaping obviously, but is there any low fencing or anything like that, delineation to stop people doing, walking through the landscaping and stuff, or just to delineate between the site and the footpath?
The established landscape would do that in the future. It's another installation component that's thought about when these projects are detailed or specified, as well as that you might have some temporary fencing or wiring or something like that, which you've probably seen when landscapers are establishing to allow those things to grow in and reduce that risk, which comes out a little bit later on. Yeah.
But there's no plan.
There's no plans.
So the plan is that the landscaping will.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aside from there's a couple of small seats that are proposed just within the boundary at that entry there as that sort of pause point. There's nothing else that's proposed in terms of a vertical barrier. Yeah. So I'll move on to point G, which I think we've kind of covered and discussed, but at the road boundary, liquid amber species be replaced with native trees at 5 metre spacings. And there may have been, I think, some modification perhaps of the intent of what the condition was, but I'll read our interpretation or my interpretation of it. With reference to Jeremy Head's Landscape Memorandum that states, it is noted that the liquid amber species are proposed which will be ultimately larger than native trees, providing good visual anchor points at key locations. These trees are deciduous, and while providing attractive leaf colour, particularly during autumn and high levels of amenity, they will be bare over the winter months, and as such, increased native trees would be of benefit as suggested above. So I have interpreted that the recommended condition above to include the retention of proposed liquid amber trees we proposed to the north and south corners adjacent to the Madras Street frontage as anchor points, and have added native trees, Pseudopanax crassifolius lawnswoods, as we discussed before at the entry, and Sephora microphylla South Island koi at 5 metre spacings along the remainder of the frontage. So those changes are illustrated in that plan. So that's I guess making it more comprehensive and a mix of the exotic and the indigenous species to perform two functions there, I guess, through the different seasons. Yeah.
Just again, can you just point to me in which part of the plans I'm looking at there too?
That's along the front, so area D, which is along the Madras Street frontage.
On sheet 17.
Sheet 17.
Sheet 17 again. Okay, so and you're just saying you've retained the liquid amber, but additional.
But additional planting in between, I guess, those two entries there, so it's been strengthened. H, additional trees planted in islands near the Madras Street pedestrian entrance. So we've added 4 additional trees there. So that was the lawnswoods that we've just referred to. So there are 3 either side of that, and 6 in total that I guess form together with the seats and things that are proposed as a pause point there.
What height are they planted at? Because lawnswoods go through those 3 stages.
They do, yeah. They're, I think, at 1.8, that is in the plan schedule.
1.8, is it?
Yeah.
Can you get them at a higher grade, or is that difficult to source?
They are, bigger they get, they are more difficult they are to source. However, in saying that, for some of these species we have nominated slightly higher plant sizes and bag sizes as well. So on to I. Trees in the south and east gated building setbacks are all changed to ribbonwood. So we have updated that, and that's actually just more of a clarification than a change. We had a couple of options for the species that could be used, and ribbonwood was one of them, but we've refined that to just say ribbonwood in our plant setback. So that's in areas A and B, so the setback areas between the supermarket building and these to the east and south there. And then J is similarly in the same location, and it is the hedge plants in the south and east gated building setbacks are all changed to Griselnia littoralis Canterbury kapuka broadleaf. So again, we had that as an option, but we have now refined that to state that it is that particular species to fulfil that function. And then I believe for K, we've talked about that before, so that's the feasibility of adding in more trees. We have what we consider and knowing what we know with the stormwater detention requirements, the maximum amount that we can fit in that situation that still does meet the spacing requirements of the plan as well. If we move to L, boundary fencing in the area of the detention tanks that prevents unauthorised access to the tank space while preserving the visual amenity of the adjoining residential properties. This might include pool-style fencing upon review by the certifier. So again, that's the discussion point we had before around the pool-style fencing. What I can say is, though, that as part of reviewing this, one of the things, because I think there's a concern about potentially people climbing into there, is that can modify the fencing so that that is far more difficult to achieve, and that's to do with the position of rails and where they are. And if they're on the inside, it's harder to climb over. And I think that's actually the case on site at the moment. If you have a look there, there is actually existing fencing along large stretches of these, and the rails are on the Woolworths side of the boundary there. And the last condition in the evidence was related to the painting of the acoustic fencing in recessive colours, which we've addressed earlier as well.
Okay, just clarify for me why you just talked about it in your about the 1.8 metre, or about the fact you don't like the pool style fence, and is that just for risks of access, or is it?
I guess this is my view, is that I believe or consider that would be a slightly unusual fence to have if you were occupying or living on particularly one of the residences on the south side there, and that was your back boundary fence, because it means that you can actually see through it. And if you've got a fully formed hedge there, that might be okay, but it's not going to be fully formed all of the time either. And it's just that little bit more permeable. My position is that a Lapton Cat timber fence, which is there, or at least a timber paling fence, which is there at the moment, is a fairly typical residential situation that is something that people anticipate and expect, and that in combination with the height of the hedge, which is over the top of it, and the trees that are in between the tank, provides I guess a good outlook from those properties adjacent.
I had a couple of questions. One is, I think, paragraph 18 of your main statement was around you comment about the pedestrian walkway having partial weather protection. Is that to do with wind directions and things? The fact that it's partial is...
Just reading that to see. Yeah, and that's because it's not walled.
Okay, so it's just the fact that it's just from the top.
Yeah. So you can imagine if it will have some protection.
Yeah.
But it won't have protection from all
Yeah.
shapes.
You've got driving rain coming in.
Yeah, of weather. Yes. Yeah. But I guess it provides. In some situations, if it's not driving wind and things, it will provide some shelter in terms of rain, and actually the other sun as well in the summertime. Yeah. Yeah.
And then at paragraph 48, it's in discussing the community green space. I'm curious as to whether actually whether a contaminated site would there be a case for that kind of site to be developed as a community park in your experience?
Not necessarily, because I guess I've been involved in a number of projects around Christchurch where there have been public open spaces, green spaces, and I'm thinking of some in the city that are quite close to us here that have been developed in the last 15 years and that have been developed into those sorts of spaces and have had contamination issues related to them. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're most appropriate for that. It sometimes actually adds some cost in terms of if it's green space around how you actually manage those things. Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily prevent it, but can add a layer of complication.
Depending on what you want to do, yes it can, because and it will have to be a consideration on the survey, and it's not my area of expertise to comment, but in terms of earthworks and things like that, that's where your challenges start to arise. Yeah, so I guess it doesn't preclude it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's an ideal use either. Yeah.
Can I just follow on, while we're talking about the green space, up in the top corner there, in the ODP it shows it down by Madras Street, which would obviously would be much more visible to the public, and then come in and the idea is the ODP is it's a public space. Having it up by the tenancy up there, in your view, does that kind of make it more of a private space, even though it may be technically open to the public, but because it's well set back from the 70 odd metres back from the road?
I wouldn't say that it's a private space because the whole site is, is a public space that the public can access. I would say that it does benefit, obviously, the users of people going into the site. But it provides a slightly different space. I mean, public space comes in all shapes and forms and types, and there are other, different public spaces around this area. So if you go from St Albans Park, which is more of a sports field type situation, to Aberley Park, which is more of a nice gardeny green space with a playground, and there's the Pat Street Community Garden, which forms a different function, and this does as well. And it's more of an urban space, and it's quite unusual because most of these sorts of developments don't have anything like it. So absolutely there'll be benefit in terms of the people that may go, and if it ends up being a coffee shop or something, then they can use that space outside, but it provides another option, I guess, for this community of a space together.
Okay.
That's good. Yeah.
I've just got just a question around lighting. At the moment, there's a condition of consent being volunteered that just says that lighting will comply with the district plan standards. I'm just wondering, has there been any more thought than it's going to comply, or in terms of, I'm assuming there'll be a standard sort of model that these car park areas have for lighting. I'm thinking about particularly around the periphery of the site. Is there going to be any lighting in around the tanks for security, or is all that just going to be a dark area? And I'm thinking about for amenity of neighbours, but then you've got set tier as well.
Yeah, it's not something that I probably really could comment on. It hasn't been proceeded with yet. It's based on that, that condition that it will be done. In terms of the design aspect of it, that would be something that would need to be addressed by a lighting engineer. Yeah.
Have you looked at the conditions?
The landscape conditions, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Can you take me to those and just talk me through it?
So the landscape conditions,
Yeah,
that we've gone through.
and here.
Yes.
And so where are they in this document?
Which document are you?
This is the condition consent. The ones I've got are attached to Mr. Cleese's evidence. Is it?
Yeah, that's right. So it's Annexure C of Mr. Cleese's.
Yeah.
So they are similar to what we discussed and what I referred to earlier around the landscaping is shown in the landscape design report revision D.
Okay. Which numbers are you talking about now?
And Mr. Cleese, has he got us? That's 20.
Okay, yep. Landscaping shown,
There's
yep.
3 there. And there is actually a condition in relation to maintenance there, but it doesn't specify a time in relation to it.
Okay. Do you see any benefits in having a landscaping maintenance plan in place and in terms of a condition requiring that?
I wouldn't say a plan, but as I referred to before on these sorts of projects, you could say that as part of, I guess, the documentation of this is a detailed design set of drawings that a landscape contractor can take away. Those plans and specifications often have a maintenance specification with them, and to my mind that would be suitable. If that was specified what needed to happen for a set amount of time, so 12 or 24 months, then that's sufficient. And that's best practice from a landscape architectural point of view, is to provide that information and specify those things that need to be done. But I wouldn't, not in the form of like a landscape maintenance or management plan. I think that's probably going a step too far. I'm not sure how helpful that would be in this instance. Yeah.
In your experience, are they common in supermarkets and those sorts of businesses, the maintenance plans?
They are. An example at the moment, I'm working on another project related to a landfill, which has a whole lot more existing vegetation and things like that needs to be managed as part of existing screening. So there's different things that you need to do to maintain that. For, I guess, more urban development like this, where we're coming in almost with a clean slate and putting everything new in, because it is new landscape, say soft and hard landscaping, it is very easy to specify what needs to be done in terms of maintenance, to make sure that that is looked after and that it establishes. Yeah. So I think, the absence of significant on-site vegetation that's to be retained, I don't think needs a management plan.
If we're talking conditions, I'll just in terms of the condition 20, which says you shall establish a landscape, and it says within the first planting season, following the final pass building inspection for the supermarket building. Very standard condition. Obviously, I suspect that we want the landscaping prior to the building opening, so then you haven't got conflict of customers and landscape people and that. And I'm just wondering, for clarity and for to ensure everybody knows their obligations, whether instead of having it prior to the final pass building inspection, it should be prior to the commencement of the operation of the supermarket, that the landscaping is established on site.
To confer with Daniel, but I think
you can get back to me. Yeah. It's just one of those things that.
It's just your opinion.
And that would be normal practice.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't open a supermarket and then go back and do landscape later.
Yeah. But I think it's really important if the panel is with a view to grant consent, that the conditions are really clear on where the obligations lie on all parties. And also, I'd have to look through the landscape detail a bit more closely, but you might be able to just answer. Is there irrigation?
It hasn't been specified, or we haven't nominated specifically as needing to happen. But again, that is something that would be looked at as part of the detailed specification of this as to whether it was needed, warranted. Yeah.
In your experience, these species, some of them often need that irrigation, particularly in that first 12 to 24 months.
And generally in Christchurch, a situation like this, an irrigation system is something that is required, even if it's through helping plants establish through those first few years, and then they become a little bit more self-sufficient as it goes on. I think in this site, the irrigation side of things is not going to be too much of an issue through winter or those sort of shoulder months, but certainly in the summertime it will be like the rest of Christchurch and Canterbury, will be potentially hot and dry. But the species selection comes into that. We like to select species that are reasonably robust. It's helping them establish quickly.
Is there anywhere you'd point to as a good example of car park planting, not one of your own necessarily, but, because we all go to supermarkets and we all buy different things, and it varies, depending on age and what have you, but, are there some examples that you can identify that
I guess the ones that are new are often better, because there's a higher level of attention being paid to what's required, and I guess some of that amenity aspect. And I would need to have a bit more of a think about it in terms of really good examples. There is an example of the new pack and save that's been built on the main North Road in Papanui, which has some trees within it, but it's a very similar formula to what we have here. It's a much bigger site, but it's a different site. But it has perimeter planting. It probably has less perimeter planting than what's being proposed with this one. But it has some of the same sorts of features, like a dedicated pedestrian entry with an entry space and a breathing space where people can wait, and then a slightly larger space at the door. I could have a think about it more, and I could come back to you with some other examples if that was useful.
Yeah, well, we'll get that to you through council perhaps, but it's something we may look at. Sure. So thanks for that. All right, a very general question. Is there anything you'd do to improve it from a landscape perspective?
I think it's a very good balance between what is needed in terms of an operational situation and what's provided in terms of the landscape. I referred earlier to the thought that's been given in amending this and upgrading and including some of those trees in the centre of the car park in particular. Professionally, I'm not a very big fan of the trees that go into the diamonds in between, 4 car parks on the apex of them, because they more often than not get damaged and they don't survive. So I think the solution here in terms of being able to provide that is good. I think the plaza space, although it is possibly different to what was originally thought about in the ODP, is a good space as well, because it provides a setting that will have some benefit for the community. You can imagine going and meeting people there for a coffee, and there are limited options for that in this area. So I don't think that there are. Ideally, in an ideal world, perhaps we wouldn't have tents down the side, but we need them because of the site situation. So we've worked as hard as we can to make sure that we can get those trees in to provide that screening as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your help.
I'll take us to lunch.
Yeah.
Commissioner? We're tracking okay. We're not ahead of schedule, but
No, we're doing all right, which for me is a good thing.
Yeah.
I'll take that as a win. All right, so we'll take an hour, so back at 22. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Church, urban design.
Just before we get on to Mr Church, in terms of today, we are wanting to finish at 4:30,
4:30.
so that we can go and have a look at it. I might refuse myself from that.
No, that's fine. If needed, we can carry over Natalie. So we'll see how we go.
Okay, thank you. All right, welcome, Mr Church.
Kia ora koutou. My name's John Church. I'm a partner and urban designer with Boffin School and have the qualifications and experience set out in paragraph 2 and 3 of my statement of evidence, which this report includes being a registered urban designer with the New Zealand Urban Designers Institute of Aotearoa. Just get to paragraph 4. The key aspects of the proposal from my urban design perspective are to develop a long-term brownfield site into a neighbourhood centre comprising a full-service supermarket that is sleeved with small format commercial tenancies and set around a high quality open space area along with associated car parking, loading and landscape amenity planting. I have updated some figures from my evidence for the record. Those wouldn't happen to be updated at the time of issue of my evidence, but that's the appendix is the one that should be referred to at all times. I've considered the effects of the proposal on the receiving environment in relation to the provisions of the district plan that are relevant to urban design, including city context, integration with scale and character of the surrounding area, relationship to the street scene, built form, appearance and residential amenity, access, parking and servicing, and crime prevention through environmental design. I'll just refer to it as SEPTED from now on. I consider the proposal achieves an effective balance between providing the qualities of a neighbourhood centre and concurrently delivering the functional outcomes required for a supermarket to operate effectively. I reviewed the relevant submissions in Mr Hatton's urban design report attached to the Section 42A report. In my view, there are several areas of agreement set out in paragraph 88, there's quite a list there, and amendments made to the proposal that have narrowed down the outstanding urban design issues. The amendments made to provide additional tree planting in the car park, reduce the size of the largest pylon sign, narrowing of the northern Madras Street vehicle entrance, the extent of the adjacent landscape strip off that entrance and the enhanced legibility of the pedestrian entrance all appropriately contribute to further mitigating any perceived lack of green space, trees, the scale of the development and community impacts. In relation to outstanding issues of disagreement, I note the following. The redevelopment of this underutilised brownfield site offers a valuable opportunity to introduce a vibrant mixed-use centre into the neighbourhood. It replaces weedy vegetation with native planting, remediates the land and introduces local amenities that reduce the need for residents to travel further, aligning with urban design principles that favour mixed use over single-use housing. The built form and associated activities of the supermarket anchor small format shops that sleeve it and the open space are both independent and inseparable. Due to the constraints of the site and the effectiveness of managing the inactive building edges and service areas in the southeast corner, the proposed site layout represents an optimal outcome.
Okay, just on that point, you said, I think, independent. Is it independent or interdependent?
Interdependent.
What it is?
Sorry, did I say?
I may have missed
yes, I wrote interdependent, sorry. I disagree with bringing the building frontages and open space up to the Madras Street edge, as the layout is intentionally recessive and discrete. The larger block size allows for a low-rise, deeply set-back built form that integrates into the suburban context without dominating the street edge. I consider this an appropriate urban form response for a neighbourhood centre in a mid-block location on a mid-hierarchy collector road. Other urban centres are in more prominent locations, such as the Edgware Village and should respond accordingly. I consider the neighbourhood centre will generate sufficient vitality through the car park activity and active frontages without imposing a visually dominant presence on the streetscape. The amendments made to the landscape strips, entrance feature, tree planting and pylon sign within the car park address some of the concerns that have been raised regarding the lack of greenery and monotonous hard stand. In my view, this strikes a balance between maintaining the legibility for users, ensuring efficient pedestrian access and supporting public safety both around the neighbourhood centre and along Madras Street. Although retaining the Pack Street connection in the outline development plan could enhance walkability for short, convenient trips, it is less relevant for longer, purposeful visits to the centre. I consider its integration as constrained by the loading area and would require ownership coordination for limited, and would require considerable ownership coordination for limited benefit. The proposed architectural and landscape design of the neighbourhood centre integrates well into the receiving environment of the St Albans, Edgware and Northern Central City neighbourhoods and immediate context of the site, including addressing challenging stormwater attenuation issues. Overall, the building mass of the supermarket is predominantly located within the neighbourhood centre zone, that part of the ODP, and largely compliant with built form standards, with the most visible front-facing facade having good levels of modulation and articulation.
Okay. Just before we move on to the next section, the response to submittal evidence, when you talk about in your E, 6E,
Sorry.
yeah, when you talk about purposeful visits,
Yes.
yeah, what do you mean by purposeful visits?
So, I guess a supermarket would be considered a destination that people would purposely go to for a specific need, and again, it's probably addressed by Ms Hampton, but yeah, it's essentially a strong destination that people would go there with a specific task in mind, and I think, as I mentioned further in the evidence here, that it acts essentially like a public transport stop would, or some other sort of larger community facility where people are actually going there for sort of a weekly need, or on a less regular basis.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the walkability, enhanced walkability, you're saying that's only really relevant, well, am I understanding you to say there that for the walkability is really particularly relevant to the top-up shops, or that can pop in to get something rather than a weekly shop?
Well, I think it serves both needs in my mind, and I think that's where the balance is struck. With a larger format full-service supermarket, people are both going there locally on a daily needs basis, but also for a weekly shop or longer. So that can be both informally, on the way home type thing, or just popping across the road for milk, as well as going there for a specific larger shop.
Okay, and the walkability is relevant to the.
In my mind, the scale of it, the scale of the proposal is acts more as a larger sort of destination for people to go there for a specific larger need, but doesn't preclude people going there on a more regular basis for those in the immediate walking catchment.
Okay, yes, you can.
So paragraph 8. Mr Singh has provided evidence on behalf of submitters 78 and 100, and Ms O'Connell and Mr Stevenmond, respectively. The urban design aspects raised by these submitters relate to the strategic planning documents, pedestrian and cycling connectivity to Pack Street, and potential public safety entrapment issues. I've discussed walking and cycling connectivity at length at paragraphs 64 and 71 and 91 and 91 to 96 in my statement of evidence, including providing analysis of walkability catchments and address points impacted by the additional Pack Street connection recommended by Mr Singh. I do not concur with his opinion that the loss of effective walkability is significant when there are two other connection points available.
Those being the two entrances.
Being the Madras Street and not precluding the Purchase Street address. Sorry, I lost my point.
No, sorry to interrupt, but
no, that's fine. So Pack Street connection recommended. I do not concur with this opinion that the loss of effective walkability is significant when there are two other connection points available. I note that Mr Singh references Mr Cleese's statement of evidence that there are potential for further infill of housing in the neighbourhood that could add additional address points in the future. However, my observation, I should specify that's on Google Earth, so because I wasn't able to access the site prior to the hearing in the last few weeks, but observation of specific properties along Pack Street indicate there is a location of between 3 and 5 older homes or multi-unit blocks of flats likely to be developable, so not many in the relative terms of the whole of Pack Street. This would unlikely make a material difference to the number of address points for the purposes of that analysis. Well, I generally support permeable, in terms of access, permeable developments, particularly those of commercial centres. The quality of these connections are also important. I've indicated in my statement of evidence that it would be difficult to achieve a good quality and safe connection via Pack Street, given its dogleg configuration, constrained width, restricting sort of front-facing developments onto that connection, and the amenity of the adjacent loading bay. Also note that the car parking for the church site is next to that Pack Street entrance, and so actually being able to build developments that could overlook and keep that passageway safe would only be effective on one side, not the church side. In his evidence, Mr Singh refers to the Plan Change 31 Commission's decision and the original comprehensive master plan that the ODP was based on delivering, as illustrated in Figure 1. In my view, the eastern link to Pack Street appears to be a suboptimal secondary link through a car park, with the primary north to south link being of the highest amenity. So that the orientation of that Figure 1 is a bit skewed, but if you can imagine that the Pack Street connection is the one on the top of the page there, midway through the block. I understand that Mr Singh considers the Madras Street car park, loading area and internal boundary setbacks to be potential entrapment spaces. I consider an entrapment space to be an area where a person is vulnerable to being trapped or cornered with limited visibility or escape routes. Think of a dark alley. Figure 22 of my statement of evidence illustrates the set-to principle of access management. Has been applied to both the loading area and internal setbacks with a combination of secure gates and fences. I do not consider the car park to be a potential entrapment space with multiple access points, open sight lines enhanced by night lighting and natural surveillance from adjacent activities. This is a typical approach for many other supermarket-based commercial centres, and to my knowledge, entrapment is not a common set issue associated with these. So in conclusion, in general, I consider the proposal as acceptable from an urban design perspective in supporting the outcomes sought through strategic planning initiatives and adequately addresses relevant matters of discretion to manage potential adverse urban design effects at a local level.
Yes, so I would be quite keen for you to talk me through, or talk us through this figure 1 here.
Sure, yep.
And maybe, I don't know, go clockwise from the top, but I'm interested, for you to just talk us through these different connections that are shown here in terms of the outline plan, and your comment on what modes they're serving, the quality of those connections, and possibly their hierarchy within, so we've got, it looks to me, like the connection here shown off, say, Cannon Street, maybe was the primary access, but if you could just methodically go round
Okay,
the periphery.
well, let's start with the Cannon Street. So there was as I understand it, both in the master plan and obviously the ODP, that has directly responded, if you like, sort of responded to that, to implementing that very site-specific master plan. The northern connection between, say, the site and Cannon Street was intended to be, well, as I understand it, intended to be the primary pedestrian access way. So really that whole north-south spine.
And primary vehicle as well?
It looks, I can only interpret here, but because I haven't interrogated that part of the plan in terms of vehicle access, but it does look like there's parking associated with that, but doesn't appear to be the primary vehicle access. Although there is, I do notice there is a mid-block access way, so potentially that would be a for both vehicles and pedestrians.
And it's hard, I can't,
it's hard
because of the
see,
scale,
sorry.
I can't tell whether there's a footpath
I think there's a from my observations, looking at this master plan, most of the pedestrian circulation is really internal block circulation, and actually then links to those sort of corner. So it goes down the north-south main axis, but then branches off into those block corners from the pedestrian access point. So you can see the corners are quite open with pedestrian access ways along there. As we move around to the northern Pack Street entrance, there it appears, looking at this master plan, that there's primarily a secondary access point for vehicles. I wasn't able to see, in terms of looking at this master plan, wasn't able to see much provision for pedestrian access.
What's going midway along that frontage? There's a sort of shaded area coming through. Do you think that's a pedestrian?
I think that would be my interpretation of this plan.
Okay. And then the next, at the edge there, then we've got this driveway.
Then the driveway
parking,
with parallel parking.
possibly a footpath on that
so there'd be
left-hand side.
Possibly, yeah. But again, that car parking looks to be servicing a lot of those residential properties, and is not really, I guess, in my interpretation, not really looking like it's a primary pedestrian route into the development.
Yeah.
And obviously this plan doesn't show, it shows the overlay of the site boundary, but it doesn't actually show the overlay of the ODP on there. And the ODP, the remnants of the ODP do actually provide a dog leg back into that commercial centre. But looking at this master plan, it doesn't appear to be the primary route into that commercial centre from this interpretation, from my interpretation. And then if we move around to the remainder, the proposed smaller scale, albeit smaller scale, supermarket or food market is in a similar location abutting the southern boundary, the eastern and southern boundary, in that bottom corner, similar to where the proposal is located. But car parking obviously to to the north of that frontage, and then there's a detached sort of block of shops as we move around to what we're calling it probably 7 o'clock. We're looking at that the public open space surrounded by smaller retail shops, smaller format shops, and then an access point essentially mid-site to service that whole commercial area.
And there's a connect both. Well, there's definitely looks like a vehicle connection going through to purchase. Whether or not, or not there's footpaths
skipped
there
that.
again.
Yes, you're right. It's a similar to the Pack Street connection through to purchase. Again, double loaded car parking, primarily for vehicles. By the looks of it, although there may be, given the definition of the plan, there may be provision for pedestrians in there as well.
And then on Madras, it looks like we've got a vehicle first up. We've got a vehicle driveway again with the parking aisles off both sides.
Yes.
Presumably some sort of pedestrian link, and then it looks like there's probably 2 further pedestrian links coming in.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
We did actually try hard to find the find a high resolution version of this, but it's actually this is just a council scan, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was the best we could find. We gave it a good search because we could obviously be useful if we could have this in the full.
Yeah. Well, it's just useful in terms of context. That's. What else did I? Oh yeah, so then it's looking at paragraph 94 of your main evidence, so where you've got your colleagues to look at the walking catchments.
Yes.
And it's just a question whether, is there any, I mean, there's a fair bit of talk about walking distances and different pieces of evidence from various parties, but are you aware of anything that provides any indication around walking distance when you're combining that with carrying goods? I mean, it would seem to me that if you're shopping, you're probably, I'm just speculating, but 400 metres was probably top end. You're not going to want to walk long distances with shop, that it kind of brings down that walkable distance.
Yeah. Again, Ms. Hebden might have a bit more understanding than Mr. Shea. In my opinion, the distance is relative to how much you're prepared to carry. So the closer you are, the more regularly you might go, the less you may carry. The further out you are, the more determined you are to do that. So again, it's just all it's relative in my experience.
Yeah, probably combining fitness with
absolutely
a whole lot of factors.
And you may choose to take a trolley dolly with you, or
yes.
There are other means of these micro mobility options these days, and bikes and those sort of things. So it's all sort of relative to the distance that you're travelling.
Yeah, and then looking at the sort of statistics underneath those diagrams. It looks to me like I'm concentrating on that 400 because I think that's, in terms of walkable and shopping, that's probably the appropriate sort of distance to be looking at. And so my interpretation is that there's quite a benefit. We've got an additional, it's 158 households. Is that when based on the potential for that Purchase Street connection, it adds, so if I've interpreted this correctly, at 400 metres the proposal as it stands, and if there wasn't a connection through to purchase, there would be 478 houses within the 400-metre catchment, walking catchment, is that?
Yes, that's right, the baseline. So if there was just one connection,
Yeah.
You would be able to access 478.
And
properties.
if the purchase connection were provided, there would be an additional 158, a 33% increase. But then
and then an additional 79 on top of that.
Yeah, and so the additional
with
packet, it's actually it's not adding that much. I mean, there's a big benefit. Well, I would say there's a benefit there with the purchase, but the pack only opens up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what I was saying in my evidence, is that it says marginal benefits as you keep adding those conditions on. And when you look at, the actual properties serviced, well, I guess, because bear in mind that people can still walk around the edge of the block, and actually those that are actually adjacent to or very close to that Pack Street entrance can actually walk via the Purchase Street connection and still would be within 400 metres. So it's really just affecting those in the northern half of the block, if you like. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. Thank you. So that's it from me.
Can I just jump in while we're talking about the walkability? I understand there's a bus link up Barbados Street.
That's in my primary.
Yeah, and your primary evidence will touch on that. And I'm wondering, when you do this analysis around the walkability, do you factor in that if you're able to get out to a bus route easier, then there might be more people use the bus and public transport? Does that
within that 100 metre walking catchment? Yeah. Again, it's all relative. Like the further out you are, the more. And people are all different, obviously, and so people have different preferences as to how far they're prepared to walk based on physical condition and whether they're.
But I think that bus is that bus link.
It's a very good question as to whether.
I think it's within that 400 metres, so I wonder if that opens up more.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I haven't analysed the walking distances relative to the the bus route relative to the walking catchment. And typically people feel quite comfortable walking 10 minutes, if you're in a reasonably built up area where the perceived walkability is less.
Does that depend on whether you're carrying stuff or not?
Yeah, so obviously you get there quicker, potentially, but you might. I mean, people have a range of, in my experience, people have a range of ways of carrying groceries. They might have a backpack or a trolley dolly or whatever that can help manage that if they're doing, or they might just, they might get off the bus earlier, take something from the supermarket. So it's not a cumulative 10 minute here, 10 minute back. It could actually be part of their multitasking day.
Okay, so just so I understand, sorry, just about the bus routes. So the one that goes down Madras Street is an express, isn't it? So that's.
That might be a question to.
It sounds like it's an express that doesn't stop.
Okay. So when you're talking about the bus here, you're talking about Barbados Street, essentially, the bus connection.
Yes. Yeah. Well, primarily. I haven't actually analysed the actual stops on here, but other than assuming there would be stops within the vicinity. But that's something that Mr. Foster might be able to answer more accurately.
But that's not been factored in, though, just so we're clear.
Not within the walking catchments, no. I'll probably just need to finish my point that most people feel comfortable walking a 10 minute, and that's fairly well recognised in the industry level to a key destination such as this.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that issue in terms of your paragraph 27, where you say the site is well located for modal choice in this vicinity. Just explain to me again why you reach that conclusion or have that opinion.
Well, there are bus routes obviously that radiate out from the central city, and you can see in the coloured lines on that figure 8 that that are privy to those bus routes. Plus, also there are cycle lanes that again radiate out from the central city along those grid street network, as well as from a pedestrian level being actually part of a grid network, which again provides reasonably good connectivity within the network. And obviously from a car-based approach, just finishing off the multi-modes on Collector Road.
In terms of the personal mobility scooters and those sorts of things that you talked about, are they, I mean, how much are they being factored in now to equations in terms of walkability or access? Or
It's a good question, and that's probably something Mr. Roster can answer. In my experience within the central city, there are frequent opportunities to pick up those e-scooters and things. People often have their own scooters as well, which is quite, in my experience, more prolific these days.
what's the trolley dolly that you've talked about a couple of times?
So I'm just thinking back to Coronation Street.
Yeah. So that's like a bag on wheels, basically.
Yeah,
yep.
Just something. Again, it's just a means to provide to be able to carry heavier loads without the strain of carrying bags.
Okay.
Talk a bit more about it.
And again, just exploring it further, and you may not be able to answer it, but in terms of, from your experience, in terms of supermarkets, full service or in particular, do you have any idea of how many people walk? Or that dependent very much on context and neighbourhoods surrounding and?
Yeah, I don't have the data on the number of people that walk to those. I haven't been involved in enough supermarket. I've been involved in a few, but not enough to be able to answer that robustly.
Right. So just in terms of your involvement in this one, you weren't involved in the original design?
No, just amendments to the design.
I think, as you say, that was initially that was based on the architectural drawings and.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. So Woolworth's methodology is they have a number of options that they generate based on optimising the operation.
Right, I'm sort of, maybe going into crossing over between you and transportation, but in terms of the Richmond New World, which is just over a kilometre away, from what I understand, Well, a broader question. Basically, there are a number of the submissions say we're really well supplied with supermarkets. We can get to them. We've got 3 around us, and we've got the Fresh Choice, and we've got Maryvale, and all those sorts of things. So from an urban design perspective, I'm just trying to see. It's not the question of need. That's not the question that I'm asking you about. But it's people are indicating that these other supermarkets are really accessible. So from an urban design perspective, is it this being closer that makes it from that walkability and modal choice, etc. Is it the distance that's the primary?
Well, it's distance and the amount of intensification that is happening within these neighbourhoods. You know, in my experience and in my opinion, it's as areas intensify, the need changes essentially, and people. I always think about the private amenity getting transferred to the public space. So you basically the more compact residential areas become, the more you sort of go out and rely on other, you know, on the amenities, having services closer to home and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So there are, I mean, in a way, the more intensive you are, the more benefits you're looking to have close around you. We also always talk from an urban form perspective. If you detach intensification away from services, then that's where the need falls. That's where that needs disjunct happens.
Right. Okay.
And so, from my perspective, that's an important. So in a way, this is backfilling that provision.
Because intensification also often, in Christchurch in particular, doesn't have garaging for vehicles, does it?
Well, increasingly less.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is still a suburban. I think this is the balance of this proposal is trying to strike, is that you're sort of on the city centre fringe, but you're still in a suburban location, and it's trying to meet sort of two different needs. Some developments, and I've noticed more in the central city, are not providing car parks. So there are a number of just across the road and within the central city. I know of many examples where there are no car parking provided. In the Maryvale sort of Edgware context, they tend to be more vehicle garages are provided, but we're definitely seeing a trend towards less car parking provision in the central city especially.
In your evidence, in a couple of places you highlight that the site is mid-block and the centre's a mid-hierarchy of the centre. And I think, so I'll just check my notes to get I think paragraph 30 in your evidence. Your evidence is because it's mid-block, but because it's such a long, deep block, I'll use the word deep, but I think you know what we're talking about, then that helps from an urban design perspective to be able to absorb this proposal. Would that same scenario actually also lead to the need to try and get some pedestrian or some linkages through because of the depth of the block, and that would bring in a lot of people to this commercial activity?
Yes, although just noting that I think, well, neither of the links are precluded. The Purchase Street link is most likely, and so there are still multiple connections that need to be made to that to the development. Yes, I think in a way having a deeper block with a more recessed development does add that. I think Mr. Hatton sort of stated it was sort of 70 metres into the site. You have to factor into walkability. But on balance, I think that managing the belt form and the walkability and all the factors that I've talked about in my evidence, I think is still an optimal outcome for the proposal.
So some linkages would be good, but
Well, it comes back to the point we had before, sort of the marginal benefits of actually getting additional links. In terms of my analysis, is identified really as that northern Pack Street dwellings that probably are the only ones that really lose out from that 400 metre walking catchment. But also recognise that the 800 metres is the maximum that people would be walking. There's a whole lot of increments, but before that, so 400 metres and 800 metres are really just an indicative distance, and there's a whole lot of incremental change between those.
Where did the 400 and 800 come from? Because it seems to be slightly not discriminant, but just people use.
It's just I've actually, from a professional perspective, measured my own sort of walkability from places, and 5 minutes is just and 5 and 10 minutes are common walking times that people feel comfortable walking.
But there's not like a national standard or a national.
It's in my understanding, it's going that way, and I think I have to be refreshed here that the MPSUD does provide some 800. Yeah.
So that's potentially 800 is where it might land.
Definitely the 800 from those key destinations, and actually, if anything, they're extending out with mobility, the personal mobility options. They're starting to extend out to 1200, and if you've got cycling access and you've got pannier bags and things like that you can, or cargo bikes or whatever, it does. So this is purely pedestrian sort of accessibility, but it extends further for cycling access as well, which no doubt Mr. Rossiter will talk to.
And I guess if you've still got that paragraph 30, there's the image at the bottom.
Oh, sorry, 30. Oh, yes. Yes, that one. Yes.
Because presumably that's showing there's a circle. Is that showing a 400 metre circle around the site, and then the 400 around the edgeware? Is that what's?
Yes, that's right. Although that's been superseded by this more detailed analysis.
This is like as the crow flies, as
indicative crow flies. That's right.
But interestingly, just showing that tiny little overlap on this one between the edgeware and here in terms of that 400 metres.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on that same diagram, sorry to jump in, but on that same diagram, if we were looking over at the Stanmore Road supermarket, you can sort of just see some those curves coming from the Stanmore Road supermarket to the right of the picture.
Yes.
Is that the 800 metre?
That's 800 metre, yes.
Which would cross over the 400 metre of this site. So there's is that correct?
Yes, right? I think probably the important message about this one is that it actually dips into the central city, where you have more intensive. You're talking about much higher densities than what would be in a suburban situation. So I think that's probably the key message from this perspective, that just the ability to cross Beeley Ave and get into the central city is a lot more convenient than from a Richmond situation.
So this 400 metres has a potentially greater delivery of households into it than the other 400, around the other centres, because of its location close to the city.
Yeah, you can infer that, yes. Yes. Yeah, there's certainly, in terms of Plan Change 14, there's sort of a lot more intensification within that central city, within the 4 avenues, for instance.
From an urban design perspective, would Beeley Ave create a bit of a barrier for people walking up, or like in your...
Somewhat in terms of time, there would be some time delay, but in terms of the effort, it'd be equivalent probably.
I've just got a technical question around the open space area that's proposed in by, and it backs onto a loading bay. And just from a design perspective, it'd be useful if you could just talk me through, from your perspective, whether that will be a high functioning area, but also safety and safety, because there's a wall obviously going along the back of it, and thinking about the height of the wall and things like that, and potentially kids playing and those sorts of things. So just two questions here around, from your perspective, the functionality of that, because ODP asked for something closer to the street and more public, and you heard my earlier question about whether that may function more as a on-site private type space, but also the safety and safety aspect of it.
I can't really talk to health and safety in terms of falling, because that's probably a question for Mr. Brown. I can talk to a SEPTED perspective, and it's something that I have raised in my evidence that during operation, I think there's no problem at all. I think it's going to be in my mind, it's likely to be a very highly active space and catering for a whole lot of different purposes and needs. So, there'll be activity spilling out onto that, people occupying the space as a potential rest area. I guess the separation between the loading bay and the plaza itself is intended to be, to create a high amenity area within that, manage that interface. And in a way that provides opportunities to have sort of stage seating, if you like, and the ability to get a bit of elevation and get some visual interest and user interest and provide for different activities in that space. So I think that again, I've talked to Woolworths about how they manage their spaces, and I'm confident that they're very mindful of safety after hours in this location, and will provide the lighting and the active security measures to manage that effectively.
There's no conditions of consent around that, and in your opinion, do you think that it needs to be a bit more prescriptive if we were to grant consent to ensure that there's an operational component to it as well, but obviously as a panel we're mindful of SEPTED issues, and do you think we need to be more prescriptive, or?
I don't think it would hurt.
I like conditions, but I don't like too many conditions, but I think it's important about that, ensuring that.
It's probably the key hotspot that after hours, and bearing in mind that hours are quite long, and so there wouldn't be that many opportunities in that area. But I think it does need some careful consideration when the detailed design happens. And at the moment, I guess I'd be relying on Woolworths, taking that detailed design approach and recognising that, and it's certainly been flagged. But I think probably a lighting solution is sufficient with the typical active safety measures that Woolworths already have for the general car parking, and this is not a unique situation around the city.
Typically, you just triggered something there around the lighting. Typically, would you see, and I've seen it probably various ways, but at least an indicative or concept lighting plan at this stage? Or is it more, is it?
Yeah, so some of the lighting considerations we have within a space like this would be sort of a variety of lighting that sort of creates a bit of visual interest and gives a good sense of quality of space. What we find is with a accepted principle around quality environments is the more you sort of take care of the site and show care, that people tend to respect that more. There could be opportunities to look at activate, because often lighting spaces at night attracts people to those spaces, and so you just have to carefully manage it. It might actually be a better option just to have activated lighting, security lighting that comes on, and it might be a simple an approach to managing septic. So when the lighting does come on, that sort of makes people more aware that they're going to be actively watched. So there are various mechanisms to approach after hours activities.
Yeah. Just you've got a copy of the. Yeah. Can we just go around that, and if you can just indicate to us areas where you think, where you think there could potentially be septic issues, or ones that need to be addressed carefully? Well,
I think in my evidence I'm reasonably comfortable with where the septic issues are. I mean,
just on this plan.
Yeah, sure. Happy to talk through those. So actually there is a plan which has accompanied the RFI response, and I might have included it in my evidence, which actually illustrates how those septic principles are applied. So I can't remember where I've put that now. It was in my. Just bear with me for 2 seconds. Otherwise, I'll just talk you through it. Happy to do that. So paragraph 67. Of my main brief of evidence.
67.
Yeah, paragraph 67. Crime prevention through environment. It might have been my assessment.
Sorry. Yes, not completely brief.
Sorry, apologies. Maybe I haven't included it. Paragraph 72. Right, sorry, looking at the wrong evidence.
All right, crime prevention through environmental design.
Page 24.
Need to go back and find that. I printed this out in black and white, which is a trick for young players. So essentially, there's 4 principles to accepted best practice, which is recognised in the Ministry of Justice industry standards. So I've broken those down by natural surveillance, access management, territorial reinforcement, and quality environments. So from a natural surveillance perspective, obviously the smaller format retail frontage to the proposal is generally quite active. So really good glazing, particularly if you look at I've done those by active and inactive edges. So probably the only inactive edges that aren't managed by security gates, active access management, is probably the online store. So that's the one with the single door into the online shop. But on balance, I'm reasonably comfortable. It's a fairly short section of frontage and is compensated by the other activity that happens in that area. From access management, they've got obviously the loading, where you don't where you have blank walls and other activities that you can't actively surveil. They then need to be managed by, and essentially, managing how people access those spaces, and there are gates and fence lines that manage those areas of internal boundary setbacks on the walls of the supermarket that back onto the eastern and southern aspects and into the loading bay.
I note that the gate of the loading bay is set quite a wee way back.
Yes.
Could that be a problematic, quite an entrapment area there?
Potentially, yes. We've, again, using the territorial reinforcement principle, we've looked at providing thresholds. You'll see that there are paving changes in treatment that really indicate to people I'm actually entering a different space here, and that sort of tends to flag to most users that they're entering a different space, treated differently, probably not as high quality, and that actually they're not supposed to be here. And so in my mind, entrapment, you need a perpetrator and a victim, if you like, and so you need those both to coincide together. And if you're trying to manage the victims from not walking into those, there are various signals that you provide, and in this case, the threshold treatment and the different paving qualities and the choked up space is one of those key signals to people that don't go in here. It's not a public. It's not intended to be a publicly accessible space. We did actually investigate having the gate at the edge of the plaza, but again, it's sort of managing the sliding gate and just the constraints of actually achieving that. You're starting to get into sort of swing gates and things which aren't as I understand it, aren't as effective. Sorry, shall we carry on? So I've talked about territorial reinforcement, and that applies to the street edge as well. So I guess trying to encourage users to use the main covered walkway for pedestrians, and sort of again signalling to people, to pedestrians, and to use the main covered walkway where possible. Again, just signals rather than anything sort of fixed, such as fences and gates. And then the quality environments is really just applying to the I guess that western side of the development where most people are interfacing with the development. With most public are interfacing with the proposal.
Okay, so in terms of SEPTIB, you're talking about so there's two aspects, the perpetrator and the victim.
Yes.
So is this focusing on basically on letting the victim know to a large degree?
Yeah, so it's both making the perpetrator aware that they're being seen or they're blocked out of certain places, and that it would have to be quite an effort to actually get into these spaces that are actively managed, have access management associated with them. And when they are in sort of publicly accessible areas, they're in areas of high activity and surveillance that, the normal sort of ways of society sort of control those.
Okay, so the areas that are marked, you've got active frontage, and then you've got inactive frontage on the what's the city side of
South
side. Yeah.
So there's a gateway at where the staff bike parking is, accessing the water tanks and the internal landscape setback in that location.
Okay, so that gate assists in the SEPTEP.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So just looking at that area on the proposed landscape map, I mean, it looks, from a layperson's perspective, if you like, it looks like a sitter for creating, I don't know, I mean, without sounding like an old man, but people finding somewhere to go and congregate and drink out of sight and all those sorts of things. I mean, how is that just a matter of management?
It's quite an effort to get into that space, and then you've got to get back out of it again. I think we've discussed this at length internally within the team and written it up in evidence, that you've got a layered approach in terms of the access management at the end of those spaces. And then if you did want to access that space, it would be quite a deliberate effort to get over those gates and fences. And then you've got the issue of a hedgerow. I think the hedge is quite a critical aspect of this. And actually, I don't know if you've tried climbing a hedge recently, but they're quite, just that planted boundary is quite tricky to both get over and get back out again. Notably, the natural ladders would be on the inside of the development, so you then hit sort of primarily you initially have to get up a 1.8 metre fence and then cross a hedge to get down, and then the hedge grows up across the fence palings or the fence crossbars, so it's actually quite hard to get back out again. So,
how high will that gate be because presumably that gate's for maintenance and things? Is that a 1.8 with a 2 minute, and what material will it be? Because if it's chain link, sometimes they're easier to jump over. Or... Yeah,
again, that's a detailed design issue, but I would be recommending a gate without cross members and without the ability to use natural ladders to get up and over into that. I understand it's just a sort of vertical railing gate at 1.8. That was my assumption. Similar to the fence line.
And just while we're on that, you've got the staff cycle parking. It seems a bit tucked away around the corner, and I'm thinking of the Woolworths is down on one-way system, and the staff parking is right across by Morehouse Ave, and I know there's a lot of discussion about staff going to get really wet getting out there, and there's a whole discussion about that. But when you drive past, it's actually, it's probably a really safe place because there's going to be a lot of people driving past on the road and that. But whereas this one seems to be sort of tucked around the side there, the online facility won't be used as much as potentially some of those other retail, and it's quite a wee way away from the main lobby. I'm just thinking staff leaving at 10 o'clock at night. What's your thoughts on that in terms of its location and from a SEPTEP perspective?
It is definitely a consideration, and again that might be something through other principles. In terms of comfortable access, there is a canopy that would link across that. And again, I just was conscious of the evidence provided this morning around that most of the staff would be there during that operational, there's not that many staff that are outside those operational hours, so a lot of that staff would be accessing those cycle stands presumably during operation, and so all those normal activities within the car park and people milling around that area would be. So I'm less concerned about that. I would be more concerned if it was after hours, and again then there could be security lighting and movement activation and that sort of thing that could be considered as part of that. Potentially, it is recessed off the front facade, and it might be an option to bring that forward to to have that gate a little bit more visible. We just to finish that thought, the scale of that bike stand would be another sort of, I guess, address that sort of gate height and things. That's actually quite a big structure to negotiate past. So that's just another thing to keep in mind in terms of accessing that internal boundary.
The one I'm thinking of is it's a very big shed.
Yeah.
Okay, just some general questions in terms of your opinion. How much is the present state of the site influencing your opinion on this proposal, if you like?
I do think, well, from my perspective, it influences in that. From a safety perspective, or just generally?
Just generally.
Generally, yeah. I see it as and I've stated it in my evidence, as a real opportunity to activate the area and in my mind, tending towards a mixed-use approach for this neighbourhood rather than seeing, homogenous housing across the whole suburb would be a really positive aspect from an urban design perspective. Obviously, as I stated earlier, these shops are services for people within and could be seen as an amenity for people in more intensive environments. And I think I've grown up in Christchurch, and from my experience, this site has been a real sitter for good urban development. And so I think activation of the site and leveraging the development off to manage contamination and manage all those other stormwater and all those other things would be, as a package, beneficial. Positive outcome.
Some clarification points from me. Just to explain, so I understand what you're saying in your paragraph 44. You say the remaining adjacent properties are undeveloped and, in my opinion, have potential to provide amenity buffers to other residential properties within the urban block. Can you just explain?
Yeah, so Lot E, for instance, there's potential buffer to residential development, the Mike Greer development, which is essentially the balance of the block, which is currently under development. So there's a potential buffer there. There's obviously Lot 3, which is commercially zoned. Again, that's a buffer to the residential development on the corner of Madras and Purchase Street. You've got the Korean church to the east, which again is sort of, I see as a complementary sort of built form response, and so the two are reasonably compatible from that perspective. And then you've got Lot 4, which again is undeveloped and can be developed in response to the proposal before you. So I think the benefit of Lot 4 is that if you wanted to focus most of the development to the north, the acoustic wall and that sort of thing can all be managed. Most developments sort of orientate, at least in their private capacity, would most likely respond to the northern aspect, and so yeah, I think the only real areas is the existing residential dwellings along Purchase Street, which I understand we haven't had any submissions on, and I think I've talked about that in my evidence in terms of being quite well managed in terms of a layered internal boundary interface.
Right. What if any suggestions would you have in terms of improving this from a urban design perspective?
I think I've recognised in my evidence that I think it's a good optimal outcome in a pretty well balanced scheme. I think the amendments that have been provided since submissions have been received in Section 42A report have progressed the scheme further, but I think as a whole, I'm pretty comfortable with where it's sitting.
Just in terms of 47, and these are just minor points, but so I understand, in your 47 you talk about the internal boundary and car park plantings visible within the site will provide a more coherent, open and greener street scene than the existing residential properties. Yeah, so just expand on that a little bit as to is coherence necessarily a good thing from an urban design perspective?
It can be. I think it's interesting that a lot of these properties, as I recall, have been built, in the early days of medium density developments. They're the sausage blocks of this world, and not all of them actually actively interface with the street. There are a lot of 1.8 metre high residential fences. There's lots of garages facing the street, and actually I think, and you can't expect a commercial development like this to replicate those. I think I think I've stated in my evidence that I think it would be more detrimental if the supermarket was built right to the edge of the street and been actually quite dominant along that interface, with a plethora of signage and that sort of thing. I think the benefit of having the pylon signs, for instance, is that those platforms provide the ability to manage those signs in a discreet as possible way. I think as soon as you bring the small format shops and all the supermarket, it's a lot more in your face. And I think that's appropriate in some areas where commercial, where that legibility is important to have. But I think in this instance, in a suburban context, mid-block, along a mid-hierarchy collector road, I think this is the appropriate outcome.
and you've addressed the articulated facades and roof lines, and that's the sleeving associated with that as well as the.
Yes, that's right.
And does that break down the building, if you like, makes it readers?
There's potential for, these are obviously big buildings, and so having that sleeving allows you to sort of break up the continuity of that frontage. And I think I've mentioned it in my evidence that the L-shaped sort of centre around the courtyard just again further breaks up that what could be quite a long continuous facade.
And that's the critical perspective from your view, is it, as opposed to the neighbouring properties?
Yes, yes it is. I guess we have the benefit of along the internal boundaries being able to landscape those in that protected environment, and so the benefit of actually managing the access into those internal setbacks is that you can put some decent planting in there and actually soften that edge quite considerably.
Right, and just so I'm clear about your views on the rear and side facades, and I'm looking at paragraph 58 in particular, and you've touched on this already, but just in terms of what are the main if you like, mitigating or features of the design on those?
The side facade of the supermarket. So I've termed it as a layered approach. So you've got the private boundary fencing, you've got the hedge that is anticipated to grow, I think some just a bit above that fence line, just to soften the edge of the top railing. Mm-hmm. You then have intermittent tree planting in between the stormwater tanks. The stormwater tanks themselves are again largely screened by the hedges and the trees, but again I think they're sort of softened, probably not completely screened, but softened by those. And then you've got I think hit and miss sort of painted concrete panelled. There's always a temptation to go and sort of make a big thing of these concrete panels, and actually it's probably better if they're just recessed behind the planting, and just sort of a subtle approach. Again, it's I think I've talked about it. It's reasonably a low profile, building. As I understand it, under PC14, you can actually have quite substantial developments along that boundary edge. So this is on the lower end of that spectrum.
Sorry, just checking. Okay, you've talked about, in your evidence, you refer to Mr Brown's landscape in terms of the car park. I'm just, and we're maybe going over repeating ground, but just in terms of that space, you've said in your evidence and in our discussions that that there are benefits in being set back in this particular context. In terms of that space from an urban design perspective, what if anything would improve that, the parking space?
It's always a balance between the legibility of navigating around these places and having big chunky areas of planting and so what we tend to from a safety perspective and a safety perspective is we tend to try and keep the shrub planting around that sort of metre range and then limit up trees so you do have a good sort of ability to surveil across the car park. So it's striking a balance between providing the ability for people to see their destination, so to actually understand that there's services and things that they need and draw people to that, as well as sort of managing the septet of people, and just the functionality of people wheeling trolleys and things around the car park. So that's why, in my opinion, it's actually better having some decent boundary planting and both street and internal boundary planting, and then providing that flexibility of space within. I think just Mr Brown's sort of comment on the canopy being a sort of feature of the car park in order to help break up the extent of that space is quite a useful addition, and it's not something you see in a lot of supermarket car parks.
Can I just pick up on this conversation a little? I'm looking at, we talked a lot about walkability to the site, but within the car park we have the main walkway which is covered and stuff, but if I parked over here I'm going to be walking up and around and I'm not going to use this. And would there be, from an urban design perspective, having some linkages to just walkways? Probably take a bit of a redesign of the car park and maybe loss of some car parks. But so if I park here, I can get up and then I can be on a different paving type or something that's clearly articulated as a pedestrian space as well. Because there seems to be quite a long way from the lobby to some of these more remote car parks down in these corners. So is that something from an urban design perspective, have a sort of a cross spine for a pedestrian? Or
the whole car park is really designed as a shared space, and so you should be able to just, everything's at grade, a shared space. So it's not, in my mind, the covered walkway is really intended for those walking from externally, from without the site, on to actually be able to quickly and directly access the lobby and those small format shops. I think that, you probably, the point that the location that you looked at parking was probably one of the most furthest out, so you'd only, intuitively you would try and park it, obviously, depending on how busy it was, you'd try and park as close to, I could just only live from my lived experience, so I try to find the car park as close as possible.
But there will be times of the year.
There will be, absolutely. And I guess the response is that the whole car park is designed as a shared space.
What indicates that it's a shared space apart from the fact that
flush? Everything is just flush and there have been there are sort of quite well signalled in terms of visibility the pedestrian crossings from sort of, I guess, those more vulnerable users where there are drop-offs and drop-off spaces and things like that, where you're more likely to get the transient sort of, drop off and go type things. So that's, the pedestrian crossings have really been, again, focused on people arriving from external regions. But, I mean, one of the features that I quite like about the scheme is that you can potentially circulate either side of, you can circulate either side of the covered walkway. So you can pretty much do internal circulation and use one of those two north or south entrance, vehicle entrances. And so there's only really 2 points along that covered walkway where you do tend to get traffic sort of crossing over that main central path. So I think that works quite neatly from my perspective.
Sorry, we'll just take it. Oh, can you just, it may be obvious, but I've missed it. When you refer to the Edgeware Village Master Plan, where would I best be?
I've actually included it in
Yeah.
Annex
C. Okay.
just I guess a relevant section of those, the vision, I think, the executive summary. So,
Right.
but that's available online as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you like to have an afternoon break, or would you like to continue?
Might just take a 10-minute break, and probably now's the time to do it. Yeah.
overlap in my indicative primary trade catchment and that estimated by Mr. Heath. The indicative primary trade catchment provides a basis for analysis of current and future supermarket demand, as well as current or planned supermarket supply across the centre network that falls in or near that catchment boundary. The only supply of supermarket floor space in the catchment area is the small Fresh Choice in the Edgware local centre. This approximately 950 square metre GFA store functions mainly as a grocery store, meeting the needs of the local community for daily top-up grocery shopping, but not their weekly supermarket shopping needs. This role was particularly evident during my site visit to Edgware Centre. This role has resulted in demand for weekly supermarket shopping being directed out of the catchment to other more distant full-service supermarkets. Mr. Heath also agrees on that. Given the layout of the existing Edgware local centre, redevelopment to include a full-service supermarket that would better meet current and projected community and catchment needs is not practicable. In the absence of a full-service supermarket in the area, the inefficient shopping travel patterns will continue over the long term and adversely impact an increasing number of households given the projected redevelopment of older housing stock under the medium density housing provisions. Again, Mr. Heath agrees on that matter. The proposal delivers a full-service supermarket needed to meet current and future demand in the trade catchment, as well as a small group of sleeved convenience stores in the location of the St Albans neighbourhood centre zone. Mr. Heath and I agree that the proposed Woolworths can be sustained by local demand in conjunction with the Edgware Fresh Choice and is in a suitable location for a full-service supermarket. The operative zone area and provisions for the St Albans neighbourhood centre would not support a commercially viable centre in my view, particularly with one of the development precincts hidden in the middle of the block with little or no visibility for future businesses to passing traffic, something that is key to both supermarkets and convenience stores in today's retail environment. The proposal therefore expands into the adjoining brownfield residential land, and this expansion assists in providing a commercially feasible development site in terms of shape and size, while responding to the scale of current and future local supermarket demand. The resulting total floor space of the proposed centre is only moderately larger than the anticipated total floor area of the St Albans neighbourhood centre set out in the district plan. It equates to a large neighbourhood centre, or conversely a small local centre, noting that there is considerable overlap of centre sizes already across the centre hierarchy, as shown by my analysis of business and employment counts and zone land areas. Floor area and the extent of trade catchments are not the only factors that determine the role and function of centres in a hierarchy. Role and function are also determined by the relative number and range of stores a centre provides. In this regard, the small number of proposed stores means only limited functional amenity will be provided by the centre, and this functional amenity is commensurate with the role of a neighbourhood centre, and the proposal does not approach the number and range of stores typically provided in local centres, including the larger Edgware centre. I therefore consider that the proposal sits appropriately in the Christchurch centre hierarchy as a neighbourhood centre and will complement the Edgware local centre. I disagree with Mr. Heath and Mr. Blair that the proposal undermines the integrity and coherence of the Christchurch centre hierarchy. I have applied a calibrated food, grocery and liquor retail gravity model to estimate what impact the addition of the proposed Woolworths may have on the existing supermarket-based centre network in Christchurch over the medium and long term. Mr. Heath and I agree that the proposal will have no impact on the role or function of any other centre, including Edgware, nor does the proposal have any adverse economic effect on the revitalisation of the city centre. I have considered the submissions that raised concerns about the impact of the proposal on the Edgware Centre. Based on my analysis, gravity modelling and site visit observations, I do not share those concerns. Edgware Centre and the proposal will have only limited functional overlap. Residents will still be dependent on Edgware to meet most of their day-to-day shopping needs, even if they carry out their weekly supermarket shopping at the Woolworths. Edgware Centre has a diverse mix of shopping and community activities and is well supported by local residents and workers. As stated above, Mr. Heath and I agree that there will be no material loss of vitality and vibrancy in Edgware from the proposal. The proposal delivers significant positive economic effects. In addition to the short-term construction impacts, it will create a focal point for the surrounding residential community, create a large number of long-term jobs and improve access to convenience retail, while still complementing the larger and more diverse Edgware Centre. The supermarket component of the proposal will ensure a more efficient urban form by reducing supermarket shopping travel to a range of more distant full-service supermarkets. Overall, I consider that the proposal contributes significantly to economic and social wellbeing and has no material adverse economic effects, and therefore I support the granting of consent from an economic perspective.
Okay, thank you. Good one.
So, at this stage, I just have one question. So, at paragraph 69 of your main evidence, you talk about the currently estimated at 45 million increasing to 81 million over the next 20 years in the primary trade catchment. So that obviously significant growth coming, and presumably, am I right in thinking that that's going to come from the fact that there'll be residential infill and more households within the catchment area?
It's a combination of household growth as well as business growth and tourism growth, so particularly tourists staying in visitor accommodation within the catchment. And then in addition to that, there is growth in real spend per household each year. And so that's a minor component of the growth, but that households tend to, the value of what people are spending is growing.
So not, so a growth, I'm just trying to, given that I'm not an economist in any way, but just, so is this allowing for the fact that goods are likely to cost more in the future, or?
Yes, there's sort of an inflation component, if you like, to real.
So there is an inflation component.
But that's very minor. I think we estimated about 1% per annum. So the majority of the growth in spend that you're seeing in these figures is from net additional households that are expected to occur in the catchment.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Is that based on PC14 and the MDRS application to this area?
No, I've based my growth projections on Statistics New Zealand projections, so that won't be reflective necessarily of those housing opportunities. It's just that underlying demand through population, growth of household formation, births and deaths, those normal factors that go into demographic projections. So Plan Change 14 will influence perhaps where growth occurs and could have an influence in creating more opportunities for this growth to be realised on the catchment. But really I'm focused on that underlying demand.
So it's not, sorry.
Which might apply over the whole of Christchurch, or?
It does apply over the whole of Christchurch, although I've focused on the projections at a statistical area 2 level, so specifically within my catchment, but there is that growth occurring everywhere.
The statistics NZ references in your evidence, are they are they from memory? It's low, medium, high growth predictions?
Yes, there is. So the ones I've selected for the demand modelling for Christchurch are the medium predictions, and my gravity model actually extends into Selwyn and Waimakariri, and in those TAs I've selected high. And those assumptions are consistent with the way that the Greater Christchurch Housing Business HBA report has adopted growth.
Okay, so and that document informs your views too, the housing capacity assessment?
Not specifically. The demand projections, as I said, are from Stats New Zealand, which have a 2022 sort of release date. Mr Heath relies on council projections. I'm not entirely sure on their source, but they may be more aligned with the HBA 2023. I have noted in my evidence that the council's projections are higher at the district level than the Statistics New Zealand ones. So on the one sense, at a district level, my projections are conservative, although we seem to have the opposite effect where the council has projected lower household growth in the primary catchment than Statistics New Zealand did. I think given its location on the city centre fringe, this is an area of strong demand growth. So I'm relatively comfortable with where the Stats New Zealand projections land.
I'm a little bit curious about how this growth is what it's going to look like in terms of busyness, especially obviously in terms of people movement one way or another into the site. Obviously in your view, there's an existing demand for the supermarket. On opening, is it going to be like busy and then become very big, how's that growth going to play out in terms of, is it being built to accommodate a future higher demand, or where are we sitting in that?
I think there's a lot of latent demand for full service supermarket floor space, and so at the moment that demand is sitting there. It's not going to anywhere. It is going to other supermarkets that are more distant. I think once open we would see probably an almost instant change of shopping patterns to that closest store. There's always when you get a new supermarket, there's always a sort of a flush of interest. But in this case, you'll have that flush of interest, plus you'll have people saying, well, now I don't need to drive all the way to Morehouse Avenue. I can go to the supermarket that's closest to my house. And that would be a fairly easy decision, I think, to make. So I think it'll hit the ground running in terms of its sales potential, and then it will continue to grow as the catchment intensifies.
So there's an initial attraction from the sort of the shiny new supermarket, hasn't it? Period.
Often. And then the rest is it's that recapturing the leakage that's already occurring. So that's really one of the benefits is that people, and I think that has been raised in submissions, that people are pleased there'll be a supermarket that's closer. So some of them are driving, to the south of the CBD or over to the Stanmore New World. So something closer.
Yeah, and capturing both the local residential demand that is driving elsewhere, but then also capturing that what we fairly strong pass-by of that drive, people exiting from work and passing by who could live quite remote, they could be going to all sorts of areas to the north of the city.
Yes, so if you assume the CBD is sort of the gravity of where all the workplace, a lot of workplace travel is directed, the degree to which they might now decide that Madras is convenient on that route, particularly people tend to shop on their way home, then that might attract some people from a wider catchment. And that's why in my report I define a primary trade catchment but also a secondary, and that's the purpose of a secondary is really to pick up those occasional households that might still find that preferable.
Okay, so can you just summarise those two concepts, the primary and the secondary? I appreciate it's in your evidence, but just...
Yeah, so a primary catchment, or Mr Heath's report calls it his core catchment, it's where your highest market share will be in terms of the supermarket. So the majority of the households in that catchment would likely patronise that store. So most of the centre sales will come from that area. The secondary trade catchment is lower market shares, because at that distance from the store, obviously households have a greater range of choice in terms of shops. So you would expect a relatively small number of households in that catchment to shop regularly at the store, or conversely, all of the households in that maybe might infrequently visit it once. It's one or the other, sits somewhere in between. So it's really about market share.
One of the, well, described as a theme, one of the themes that comes through in some of the submissions and opposition is that they're well supplied and well serviced. Don't need another one. And as part of your economics assessment, that's not based on direct community input, is it?
No, and I think that's a good distinction because submissions are not necessarily representative of the entire community. Whereas the data that we're picking up, we pick up all households, both current and future households. And so when you can stand back at that and look at it as a whole, then there is the growth, and that growth does translate into sustainable floor space, and that, through experience of watching how economies grow, that is what happens. So I think there's also a tendency for submitters to focus on current community, and it's really important for the analysis to also factor in the needs of the future community, these households that aren't here yet but will also be needing a supermarket.
Again, it's addressing your evidence, but what is the, what's the distinction, if you like, between this proposal, and obviously scale, and the Edgware Village Fresh Choice, apart from scale? What's the difference?
So the scale is relevant because it's, as Mr. Shelf explained, full-size supermarkets provide a full range of products and a full range of services. So if people are wanting to do their big shop where cost and price becomes more relevant, then going to a larger supermarket where you can have the choice of choosing a broader range of products that might perhaps allow you to keep price down. That's why people tend to do their big shops at larger supermarkets. The smaller stores can be relatively more expensive with less choice, and you don't have as much ability to pick and choose and manage price or quality. So that's one of the differences. Obviously with this particular proposal comes the ability to do click and collect. That's something that a Fresh Choice doesn't offer. So those are the two main differences, the ability to actually have a greater range and therefore likely to want to do your main weekly shopping there versus your top-up convenient shopping where maybe price and choice is less of an issue, and it's literally down to that quick access.
Is there a risk that the top-up shop, people will start going to this supermarket because of those broader range of products, maybe slightly cheaper and easier accessibility and stuff? So is there a risk that you might draw customers over?
I think certainly the new store will provide a top-up role, and I think if we were to draw a separate trade catchment for just the top-up customers, you'd find it was quite localised and it wouldn't overlap with the Edgware. And then what we perhaps focused on in our evidence is that catchment for that weekly shop, which is the bigger catchment. I think if you're buying one or two items of food, maybe a bottle of milk or some bread, or maybe a bottle of drink and some chips for lunch or whatever you might be, then it's more imperative to say what's more convenient. And am I closer to Edgware or am I closer to Madras? And I think so I don't think you'll be drawing those people that need top-up shopping. A key point is too that people will need to go to Edgware to go to the post office. They will need to go, maybe they're picking up some specialty meat from the butcher, or they're dropping something off at the op shop, And so there will always be trips to Edgware, and then they can make that, well, I'm here now and I needed milk, so I'm going to the Fresh Choice. So I think that's another factor that will retain a lot of that top-up convenience shopping that we're already observing at Edgware, is that cross-shopping.
Okay.
And does that lead, I've read in your evidence, you talk about that the sleeve retail premises are limited, so therefore Edgeware will presumably have that greater range, so
Yes.
therefore continuation. So in some ways that is actually quite key, not having a lot of small scale shops as well on here to keep that.
Yes,
Yeah.
and that's really the centre hierarchy in motion. That's, and the district plan describes neighbourhood centres having a limited range of small scale shops. And it's, functional amenity and social amenity increases with size. So the more shops you get, the more range you get, the more functional amenity it has. So local centres are more functional than neighbourhood, town centres are more functional than local, etc. So, if there's not a post office or an ATM machine or a liquor store, if there's a whole range of shops that simply won't be in this neighbourhood centre intentionally, it's small scale, and Edgeware is the next closest centre for those goods.
Yes. Can I just ask one slightly technical question? On paragraph 12, you talk about calibrated food, grocery and liquor retail gravity model.
Is that a
I'm a planner. Can you just briefly give what's that model look like? What's the inputs into that model to give you the outputs that you have?
They can be built in Excel if you're familiar with spreadsheets, but this one's actually probably more of a program software package. The inputs are essentially a map of demand. So break Greater Christchurch into statistical areas. We've used SA2s and we calculate the demand just like we've been talking about the 41 million. We do that for every SA2 in the area, and that's demand spent in those food, grocery and liquor stores. And then we overlay on that a map of supply, and that supply is targeted at centres in accordance with the district plan. And so we have these single points of supply, but we have this ubiquitous layer of demand, and the gravity model uses, it makes the underlying assumption that people will travel to the closest supply and treats all supplies equal. And so it sort of sucks in the demand from each of those SA2s and then it steps back and says, well, did it match? Did supply equal sales of demand or demand spend equal sales?
So supplies is like supermarkets?
It's it's actual...
Not distribution, but
no, sorry, it's the floor space, it's the turnover, it's the buildings on the ground. So it's looking to match customer shopping demand with that supply or those centres, and it goes through an iterative process where it says, well, this centre has got really high sales but not much demand immediately around it, and so it draws in all that unmatched demand to that centre. And similarly, if a centre has got lots of demand, this might be an Edgeware example, lots of demand but not much supply or floor space, then it sends that surplus off to the other centres until it reaches a point of balance. So that's our starting point. Yeah.
Does it have any access? Is there any access in?
Yes, it uses the road centre line network.
It does use, so rather,
Yeah, so it matches all of that, yeah.
So not that, it's a bit more sophisticated
Yes.
than as the crow flies?
Yes,
or?
no, it is quite sophisticated. And each centre has an attractiveness factor, which is like a distance decay curve. So centres that are large and have a lot of choice, or that you can actually build gravity models to have, specify parking attractiveness or that kind of thing. So you put in an attractiveness factor, or the model will determine one, and so that helps with the strength at which it pulls demand from further away.
So in this case, with the model, and based on your evidence, it said that there's a high demand but a low spend.
Yes.
So that means the spend is going out.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
So it confirms everything that we saw on the ground in terms of there's people are only doing top-up shopping here, at least in the times that I saw it. We also know that small supermarkets tend not to be where people do their main order shopping anyway. So it just all correlated, I guess, with the analysis.
So that part is from your site observations, what you observed when you were there. Okay. One of the submitters, or two of the submitters raised this issue. I can't recall the exact term, but like a supermarket. What's Edgeware essentially the village providing that role, in that they said, for example, if they go into the fresh choice and they haven't got the right selection of wine, they'll go to the liquor store. If the veggies are not up to their standard, they'll go to the veggie shop.
Yes.
So I got the impression from those submissions that that's where, you know, their needs are met through that combination of facilities. Is that factored in?
Edgeware, well, two parts to it. In my model, my gravity model, I've looked at all food, grocery and liquor. So I've treated Edgeware as a whole, as a centre, and I've factored in all of the attractiveness and the sales, if you like, or employment in those store types. So that has been accounted for in the distributional effects assessment, and the centre level is actually the correct level to do that. In terms of, I guess, the way that Edgeware has developed, I think that the presence of some of those specialist stores maybe is a reflection of the fact that the supermarket is quite small and it's created an opportunity. But it's also relatively common for centres to have supermarkets and specialist food stores. They kind of serve slightly different markets. People that like to shop organic, people that like to refill their own packaging or containers. You know, you tend to find these specialist stores anyway. And as far as I could tell, that Peter Tim's butchery is probably serving a good chunk of, you know, good butchers are pretty hard to find these days, and it looks like it's serving a big catchment. So, yeah, I think that would have existed no matter what sort of supermarket might have been present in Edgeware. And I think it doesn't suit every household to do multiple shops to do their supermarket shopping, or the equivalent of their supermarket shop. People with young families or people that perhaps don't have a lot of time really do need to have, that's what supermarkets cater for, that convenience of everything in one place. So yeah, and it also has that better ability to manage price. So yeah, it's not a substitute for having another full service supermarket.
Okay, because that was the impression I got from the submissions, that it basically fulfills that role, the centre.
It certainly helps manage the needs of the people across all of those store types, but that doesn't necessarily mean we've still got a growing catchment, and where are they going to go? That is going to sustain more floor space. At some point those stores may not be able to cope with that demand if we don't increase supply. And St Albans was where the additional floor space was always anticipated to go.
Again, arising from submissions, the discussions about the surrounding supermarkets, or whatever you want to call them, there's a reference to 3 of those being Woolworths. Is that relevant from an economic perspective in terms of competition, for example?
I did wonder if some of those submissions were leading more to that wider New Zealand issue of, not a lot of competition in the supermarket sector, as opposed to perhaps locally specific. I wouldn't often take into consideration the brand distinction between full service supermarkets. Sometimes you would, if you were dealing with a pack and save or you were modelling a pack and save, you would account for the fact that they often have an even larger catchment. There's relatively few pack and saves even in a market like Christchurch, and so that their catchments are very large, and that's because they focus on that discount brand. So they kind of have a niche in the market. But in terms of comparability between New Worlds and Woolworths, I wouldn't distinguish those in my modelling. I would treat them the same from a supply point of view. Obviously there's slight differences between them.
Okay, just a little bit of an explanation about from your paragraph 78 in particular, just so I understand, in terms of the catchment. You say it's the interpretation is that it's loosely implied in the district plan, and then you go on to address those other issues about the different shapes and different sizes and those sorts of things. So what's the kernel of your evidence there?
I think the kernel is that just because the catchment of this proposed centre is slightly larger than might have been anticipated by the council or the plan, isn't a defining factor as to whether it does or doesn't fulfil the role of a neighbourhood centre.
Could you just repeat that last bit again? I just missed it, I was writing notes.
Yeah, so just because the centre has a slightly larger catchment than would be expected from the centre, doesn't mean that it can't fulfil its role as a neighbourhood centre in the hierarchy. I've tried to explain in my evidence that the role and function is not limited to just floor space area or just catchment size. Its function to me is the functional role of the centre is perhaps the most critical. And you will notice in table 15.1, I think, of the district plan, it has policy guidance in terms of some sizes. Even if those sizes didn't exist, the descriptions given to the activities anticipated in different centres describes different functions with that, so to me the function is the critical factor, and then size and catchment is actually not really relied on. It talks about nearby residential areas, or I'm not sure exactly what the wording is. Surrounding, yeah. So, I mean, that's not definitive. But the function, I think the function is less debatable.
So your catchment, you wouldn't describe that as the surrounding neighbourhood?
I think I would. Mr. Heath has suggested a slightly bigger catchment. There's some reasons why we perhaps haven't got our lines in quite the right place. We're both using arbitrary boundaries of statistical areas. There is a limitation in that approach, but I think it's within, I've got it in my evidence, 800 metres left and right and 1,000 metres north and south. I don't believe that's an extensive area.
Okay, the employment metric, that's, the employment metric is an assessment of the catchment area, is that in model?
Yes, so I've talked about the employment metric. I guess it was, tried to explain it slightly different in my evidence from my report to focus more about the performance of centres. We talk about gravity model as really a function of sales, or spending and sales. That is how the model, gravity model, functions. I've just chosen or opted to switch both metrics to a common metric of employment because if you're building a gravity model and you need to model the sales of a particular centre, well, that data doesn't exist. It's almost impossible to find. It's commercially sensitive. It's very hard these days to even find out what supermarket sales are, let alone 15 stores in a centre. So, but the employment is accurate. It's released annually by Stats New Zealand, and it's down to a fine spatial scale. And I've used it because it's readily available and it's reliable. So that was just a way of translating what I needed in terms of inputs to the gravity model into something that was easy to use.
Okay, listen, I'm just going to ask you to talk me through your figure 3, just so I'm sure that I'm understanding that what that depicts correctly. And I know you explained it in your evidence, but just in summary form, really. Yeah, sorry, page 23.
Okay. So this is really the output of the gravity model. And the colours just ramp up from 2023 through to 2028, 33, 38 and 43, so in 5-yearly increments. In a way, you could remove the black bar. The black bar is actually 2028 when we expect the proposed store will open, but that's 2028 without the store. That's the performance of each of those centres if there had been no change. So the orange column next to it is in fact the real 2028 that we're trying to model, which is the with Madras, Woolworths included in this centre hierarchy. So I've kept the black one in there because it provides that sort of counterfactual comparison. What would the performance of these stores have been if the centre hadn't occurred? Because it shows that these centres would continue to grow over time. The orange bar shows that some of those centres will not quite be as big as they would have been, obviously because now we've got a new supermarket added which is absorbing some of those sales.
Okay, so for each where it's the orange bar is slightly
lower than it would have been, but importantly higher than it is today or in 2023. So we often gauge impacts based on what we can see today, like the performance of a centre, how Edgware is doing today. That's often our baseline. And so it's if we understand the amenity delivered by a centre today, then we can understand its impacts. So what the model shows is that given the strong growth projected in households and businesses across Christchurch and in particular this catchment, that all of the centres actually will be performing even better than they are today by 2028, even with the new supermarket. And then they will continue to grow in terms of their sales performance year on year from that point forward. Now, if I'd run this gravity model somewhere else in a different catchment that had really excellent supply or an oversupply of supermarket floor space, you wouldn't see the same results. The model is quite sensitive to that. So and if we were doing it in a district that didn't have the same growth as Christchurch, you wouldn't see that growth profile or that recovery from that initial impact. But this shows a really positive story for all of the centres that we assessed in Christchurch, that they're all going to be doing better than they are today, and they will continue to grow even with the new floors.
Okay, and again, it's in your evidence, just so I'm clear, in terms of the grey, that's just on growth, is it, not on?
The grey bar is the performance as at 2023. So at the time I did the modelling, it was kind of the today scenario, yeah.
Right. From an economics perspective, does in your paragraph 29, you've 19 rather, you've talked about it, but it's recapturing growth that's lost essentially, or recapturing spend that's lost at the moment because of the lack of full service market in the catchment area. Right, so is that relevant in terms of the Edgware Village, or is it does it matter where the money goes if it's going into the Christchurch economy?
No, it's good for, there's no change at the Christchurch level, it's just a redistribution of spend. So the total spend is the same in any year, allowed for through growth. It's just the allocation of that spend across the centre network.
Okay, in terms of the, your site visit, so that was, how long were you there for? 10:32,
Yeah, 10:33 to about
12:30.
12:30.
Yeah,
Certainly not a full day,
no.
only one day of the week,
Yeah.
but I recorded what I observed in the period.
Do you think that's representative, or is it just indicative?
I wouldn't say it's not a representative survey. I think you'd need to be there for multiple days at different times. I didn't have the ability to do a comprehensive survey, but I'd say it was indicative more than representative.
Right, I think that's all I had, thank you. Anything else?
I just want to double check something. Just want to confirm that I understand your evidence in paragraph 9 of your summary. You say that, I just want to understand that the St Albans Neighbourhood Centre, and I assume you're talking about the ODP area there,
Yes.
would not be financially viable or commercially viable because of those reasons that you've listed, is it?
Yes.
And does that come from the matrix, the gravity matrix thing that we've been talking about in terms of?
No, that's just my experience in the retail, working in a centre, urban form context. I'm not totally familiar with the history of the shape and why that master plan was built in that way and the advice at the time.
Yeah.
But commonly today you wouldn't see a centre with a zone internal to the block that in all likelihood would have no visibility to passing traffic. That would be a very unusual situation. It's not something that most businesses would be keen to occupy, especially the supermarket. They prefer to be visible. In convenience retail, passing a convenience store or a centre often triggers reminds you that you needed to stop and grab things. So yeah, I think the shape of it, or what's left of the zone and the way it was configured, and the provisions in combination would really struggle to attract an investor that could make that work within the permitted provisions.
And just one last thing from me, and appreciate your time. The Fresh Choice at Edgeware, in a previous life, I did quite a bit of work with like malls, and they have their major and minor tendencies, and you have your anchor tendency. In a sort of a scale like that, and using whatever today's terminology is, what, in your view, is the function of the Fresh Choice? Is that one of the key reasons people go there and then go to the other shops, or is it more of a combination?
It's not as much of an anchor as I was expecting, and I think that top-up role has really confirmed that. It plays an important role in the function of Fresh Choice. I think that perhaps the strongest trading businesses in terms of their floor space with the fruit and veggie store was certainly humming. I think that obviously adds a lot to the functional and the social amenity of that village. I think the Peter Tim's is an asset to the centre. I think that adds a lot to the functional amenity. The post offices are always important. I think that adds an important role in combination with the Fresh Choice.
It's a combination, isn't it?
It is a combination. It's not as perhaps an obvious anchor as you perhaps expect. It's an important business, and I certainly wouldn't want to see Edgeware without it.
Just that last sentence, that you wouldn't want to see anywhere without it. Do you think if the Fresh Choice did close down or whatever, it would impact quite a lot on the centre?
I think you'd probably want to, if it closed, and I don't expect it would, but if you were to redesign that site to deliver more or in small scale retail, I think you'd probably still need to create some supply of food and grocery to offset what would be lost if that store closed. So I think there's still a need for it. Yeah.
Okay, that's it, yeah. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Slightly ahead of schedule. And brave to finish early on the first day, but I wonder, given the site visit, and we may not get through Mr. Rossiter in 25 minutes.
No, we want to do the site visit before Mr. Rossiter as well, so.
Perhaps if the commissioners are minded, we could pause the case for the day.
Yep, I'm happy to. Yes.
And 9 o'clock.
All right.
Yeah, great.
Okay, cool. See you in the morning. Thank you.
I think I'll go and have a look.